Right, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Individual and Creative Business Panel Day 2, or Panel 2, Day 2. I'm Anne Marie McCaskill Davis. I am the Cultural Funding Specialist Senior with the City of Austin's Cultural Arts Division. We will be beginning our panel here today. I am here to help facilitate the conversation, primarily as the expert in the cultural funding Elevate grant guidelines. We also have here today Alberto Mejia, who is also co-facilitating with me. Alberto, I'd love for you to introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alberto Mejia. Good morning to all. I'm just here in a capacity as a sort of community-based facilitator, just here to help the panelists just steer the conversation toward the equity goals, the guidelines, and just help facilitate the conversation where it may need an additional guidance. But so far, these panelists have been awesome, so I expect more of that today.
Thank you, Alberto. So just a quick overview of how today will go. So again, today is the Individual and Creative Business Panel 2, which is primarily comprised of creative businesses. Panelists have already reviewed all of the applications prior to today, including providing a numerical score and written comments. They are allowed to change their scores today as the session, as we review each individual application. They may revise based on comments from other panelists. Applications will have 10 minutes each for review, and I will be using a timer and stopping the timer as we approach the 10-minute mark. I will stop any tech issues. If we have any tech issues, I'll stop the recording as well as the timer until that is resolved. Let's see. The panelists are not scoring on a consensus, so it's totally possible for one panelist to have one opinion while another panelist says something totally opposite. Let's see, panelists will be providing overall application comments, not necessarily comments on every single scoring criteria offered. However, they likely do have written comments. Those can be made available to the applicant once the awards have been announced. Panelists have been instructed to score their applications based on the funding program guidelines and not any other scoring criteria outside of that, like financial need. For example, financial need is not a scoring element. So even though an applicant may seem to have be well funded, that isn't a scoring criteria that panelists can take into consideration. They are also instructed to look beyond grantsmanship. So if the information is provided somewhere within the application, they are allowed to include that within their scoring, although they are encouraged to provide feedback for future improvement in grants, in grant writing. So there may be some additional critique about having to find the information was maybe difficult for the reviewer. If a panelist has a conflict of interest, they will turn off their camera and will not participate in the deliberation of that particular application, and they will be invited back to the panel once that application is done with being reviewed. That's sort of a brief rundown of today's process. I have already set up the timer and we're ready to begin. We're going to start with the very first application of the day. That is Las Ofrendas DBA Frida Friday ATX. La Arnie is going to be their primary and Jess is the secondary. And one thing I want to note before we get started is that the primary is essentially just providing an introduction of the application to the panel and providing their comments first, and then the secondary is providing their second set of comments. And then we'll open it up to the rest of the panel to provide any other comments that they wish to share with the group. All right, so La Arnie, whenever you're ready, I will begin the timer as soon as you begin speaking.
Okay, Frida Friday, Las Ofrendas the project is about funding La Lunita by Las Ofrendas. So the grants will cover essential on-site event-related operational expenses. In their mission, they wrote that they curate culturally vibrant experiences and provide them to institutions whose audience has not previously been intersectional and inclusive, while unlocking opportunities and providing access to spaces previously inaccessible to our communities and fostering inclusivity, dialogue, and cross-cultural understanding. So that is one of their main goals. And they are focused on Latinx creative entrepreneurs who face funding challenges and business closures due to limited funding and social networks. They also serve a very diverse community, queer, Black, Indigenous, people of color, and it's an inclusive space, but their focus is on Latinx stories. So for the spaces that they occupy, they're centering platforms for artists who have had a hard time, who've had like economic equity. They're trying to build economic equity to a point where their fees are not of market, so they tend to make sure that it's affordable for everyone, and they do make sure that they pay everybody around them. They embrace volunteers. They have volunteers, but they make it to a point that they pay their people well, because that's how they build equity from the inside out. Let's see. Las Ofrendas has been running for the last 6 years. That they've been creating markets mainly in Austin. They've also ventured out to Houston and San Antonio. So that's part of their community building. Then these folks end up coming here and building their communities here too. So we have this cross-cultural, citywide, nationwide. So I'm trying to see where for the grant, it will support their marketing and building. Is this for audience development, for digital advertising and social media campaigns? And since it says here that the director also holds a podcast, it will just nurture and help in terms of marketing. So the main focus by La Lunita it's a store. It's like a retail store that is in Congress Avenue. So it's usually right now, we know what's been going on with the landscape, like cultural landscape of Austin. So for that to be there, it takes a lot of work to do that. What I did see is all of their spaces have been it has accessibility. It's beyond the ADA. For this particular one, that was the only comment that I asked, is will this also be accessibility, ADA compliant, or beyond that? So that was the only comment that I have. But so far, the application really spoke of what they do, and it's a reflection of what I've witnessed in the last 5 years, pretty much. So it's very strong, and I personally know the kind of work that they do, and they won't mention the personal outreach, the community work that they do on a personal and community level. So I can speak on that in terms of witnessing and the kind of mentorship that they do. So that's part of their whole thing is they really build from the inside and mentor anyone who comes through, especially, and pay them at the same time. So I score them fairly high.
Thank you, Larnie. Can we go first?
I agree with Larnie's comments on the application. I actually have seen these events out in the community on several different occasions, and I felt like the application represented what they're doing in the community very accurately. I was also impressed that for accessibility, they included fiscal accessibility for participants, which I don't think was included or didn't see in other applicants. So it was nice to see that they considered fiscal accessibility for their participants. Overall, I scored this as a high application. I felt it was very clear and concise.
Thank you, Jess. So opening the floor to other reviewers to provide any additional comments here. Okay. All right, we're gonna roll on. I'm only have to make sure I have the right view here, gallery view, so I can see. Oh, we're
Yeah.
good. Okay,
Yeah.
let's carry on.
We'll go on to the next one. Fiesta Austin LLC. Cindy is the primary. We had didn't assign a secondary for this one or reassign one. So if someone wants to go ahead and take on that secondary role, feel free to chime in. So Cindy, let me reset the timer. All right. Whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer when you begin speaking.
Hi. Yes, so the organization is Fiesta Austin, and they are wanting to use this grant to further fund their annual Fiesta Austin celebration that happens every September. And this is something that they clearly say in the mission is to serve communities that are at risk of cultural displacement. And they have a list of a long history of service, specifically serving Mexican Americans and Latinos in the Austin community. And they want to specifically provide this space so that there is a space for community members to network, also have an educational aspect. And they also talked about having businesses and networking opportunities, which is something that they want to improve on. And they also talked about how one of the pieces that I specifically liked was that they mentioned how they would partner with the Texas School for Deaf, and also have ASL interpreters, and also include a specific space for that physical accessibility with comfort. So that I think a lot of the times organizations, they are ADA compliant, but it's not always the easiest access. And it seems like they have thought about that and are planning to address that. In terms of accessibility with language, they'll have an ASL interpreter and also a Spanish interpreter, along with closed captioning and a caption call, which is, as they explain, a deaf relay phone system. So I think that they've considered a lot to make this annual event accessible to non-English speaking people, and then also people with other disabilities. I think they have a clear plan in terms of their programming, programmatic reach. They definitely want to continue reaching their existing communities and a larger audience overall through social media, videos, commercials. I would like to have seen specific naming of what channels they plan on using, whether it's Latino or Mexican American radio stations, or if it's some other form, like if it's another type of medium, like who does that, what's the target audience of those mediums? I would have liked to see naming of that. And overall, I think that they do provide in their budget a clear plan in terms of all the things that they'll need to run such a big event. The only other thing that I would like to point out is that because they don't name how many artists are included or will be featured in their event, the budget expense that they allocated for that was interesting to me. And so I'm wondering how many of the artists included are paid or just volunteers. And I think that that is something that they could expand on in future proposals, because we do live in Austin, and it would be great to see that if the artists will be paid, then explaining how it's a equitable pay or a livable wage. Other than that, I think that the organization really pushed on how this is instrumental for Mexican American children and just the adults and the Austin community at large.
I can be secondary. I thought this application was very well-rounded and very clear. I appreciated the history of service, and particularly that they offered free events to the community in their history. The cultural leadership I felt was extensive, so that was really nice. I would have liked to have seen some more representation other than the one leader that is listed, just other people that we can put a name to. I think that holds well in an application. And then I particularly appreciated that they had lots of community relationships. I know there was mention of the Texas school for the deaf. And I think that the accessibility point was considered. So I appreciate that as well. It's not easy to put on a giant festival like this. And I think their application is very clear and concise and makes room for all the details that they have considered. So I scored this one high. Thank you.
Is there any other commentary related to this application? Okay, we can carry on. Thank you both.
All right, next application is Chayendo Photography. Arnie will be the primary and Cindy is the secondary.
So Chayendo Photography proposed a project to hold installation for Asian American women. They proposed it to be held at the ARC and part of the East Austin studio tour. So their focus, it said that they're empowering unrepresented communities, particularly of people of color and females of Asian heritage. There's for this particular project, there's a focus on Asian American women, but for their mission, they work a lot with a whole diverse group of people. What they say about their community service in community relationship in terms of Austin is that they make their products affordable in terms of, helping especially women-founded companies or organizations to help them highlight either their brand or their own self as a brand. And so they highlight that part of their service. When they put in terms of leadership, I only saw first names, so I'm not sure if that was intentional or because there's no reference in terms of, I have to look for it. So it's like there's more search in terms of looking for their group and their team. What it did say is that there's like a main there's like a main team, and the others are just a creative team that is advisors. So I looked into that to see like who holds them in terms of accountability, and who also helps them create their projects. So what the installation will have is portraits and audio recordings of folks who are mainly local Asian American women, and they're trying to promote this idea of beauty. It's beyond the Western Eurocentric ideals, and also to create the conversations of the intersectionalities of just AAPI women's existence. ARC is ADA compliant. Instead of in terms of the East Austin studio tours, it didn't state here where it's going to be and what located, but they have a commitment to making sure that it is accessible. Let's see. That's all I have. That's all I have. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, overall, well, I think specifically I'll add on to one piece that Larnie mentioned about how the cultural leadership section, to me, something that's important is not only, naming who's in your organization, but also naming your power, privilege, lived experience, or lack thereof, just because there's so many different identities or intersectionalities that we have as individuals, including educational background and whatnot. So that is something that I also encourage the applicant Chiando to consider. Overall, throughout the application, I thought that they clearly indicated how their proposed activities of having a multidisciplinary art installation would provide like a healing opportunity to women and LGBTQ individuals through providing them with equipment so that they could do their own self-portraits or their own audio recordings. And overall, I could, as reading through their application, I could almost envision what they want to provide the community. So I think that was really, that was one of their strongest factors or strongest aspects of the application. And I think because of the healing aspect for these individuals, I do think that it would have a lasting benefit. They also talked about how they have a balance of non-financial and financial support from the community. One of the things I really liked about the proposal is that they included a letter of support, and that letter of support was from a mentee. And I thought that showed how much of a benefit the mentorship that the photographer offers, how strong that is. And they've collaborated, they've explained how they collaborated with stylists, makeup artists, models, photographers. And so I think that they definitely give back in that way in terms of job creation and general networking. And I think Larnie also mentioned this about how the space that they currently have could be ADA compliant, but they don't talk about how they could provide more specialized accommodations, so that I think that's another aspect that they could build on in the future, along with non-English speaking accessibility. And I think, yeah, just overall, I think that the budget that they provided, I think does a good job about explaining the deficits that they've had in the past. But in terms of their collaborations, I would also like to see an explicit or naming of how many artists they will collaborate and whether those artists will be paid for their time providing those emotional pieces of art. And if they are getting paid, then how much of that is a realistic or livable wage? So that's another thing. But overall, I do feel that the artist is very committed to explicitly benefiting Asian American women and other marginalized communities. And so for that reason, I will be scoring the application on the medium high range. Thank you.
Thank you both. Is there any more commentary on this application? Okay.
Right, next application up for review is Build Your Own Dreams. Jess will be the primary and Arnie will be the secondary. Jess, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer when you begin speaking.
Thank you. So Trap Anime is a application for a festival that merges the worlds of Japanese pop culture and Southern hip hop music. So it's just a celebration to captivate and transport your senses to anime and trap as they collide, which I thought was a very innovative and niche, but needed experience. So I really liked the project summary for Trap Anime. For this application, I felt overall I needed more solidified details across the board. So I just felt that reading through the application, it seemed more of an overview, even when I went into some of the files there. I would have liked to have seen solidified details of location or potential locations. And I feel like that went all the way down into the budget where it could have listed more solidified details to paint a more clear picture of how this festival will get to the finish line. Overall, I really enjoyed the idea, the potential that this festival can create. I would have liked to have seen more detail in solidifying it to the finish line. Thank you.
When I read the application and looked at the other production history that they had, and it felt like I haven't seen much of that in Austin, or I've just not been exposed to it. So there's been a lot of like what you said, just like more innovative, right? The ways our youth, he's not younger, but like the ways that everyone's showing up with just this new ways of healing. And there's like this indirect way of telling the youth to heal mentally and spiritually, but do it in trap and anime. So I saw that part, and I also saw this potential of teaching, because in Asia there's a lot and heavy focus on hip hop influence, and K-pop has a lot of hip hop influence. So to bring that here in Austin, bridging that together, and the anime is so, I don't know anime, I don't even know trap music, but it's everywhere. You know, the youth knows, and even, you know, older folks know. And so to bridge that together and hold the space here, it feels like it has a lot of potential, but without losing its integrity, without losing the integrity of there's this history, there's this influence, there's this roots. And so hip hop had, it's its 50th year. So it was kind of nice to see something in that nature to be brought up. But I wouldn't get into what hip hop and trap is in terms, because I don't have knowledge on that. But in terms of bridging communities together, I had to look beyond what was said in the application and really look into what events did they hold before. And Build Your Own Dreams is founded from they have different not locations, but they have different folks really trying to spread the message. So the applicant has done a lot of work here in Austin. I may not have attended or been exposed to it. I was looking to see like who was in the space, who held the space with them, who did they hire, because DJs, artists, folks holding space. So I look in terms of not just the potential, but what it has already done, since they do have that history. But for this particular one, I think it's the foundational project. So I'm intrigued, and I'm interested to know where they will take it this year, or how far they'll take it. And there's again, the application holds a lot of promise. So like what Jess said, I would like for a more detailed way of also educating us on what it is. So thank you.
Thank you both. Is there any other commentary from the other panelists? Yes, please, Suli.
So just to give a little context, I don't know if you all know of this term, like blurred, which is like a Black nerd, right? So Black folks, stereotypically throughout society, are expected to like certain things. So things like anime is not something that is expected to be liked by Black folks. And it plays into the idea that we're a monolithic group, diasporically and otherwise. So I thought that this application was really exciting for the blurs out that they're into anime, but are also into trap music. And I have friends that are exactly like this, right? That are really into these genres, but don't have a space for themselves. And then I think the mental health aspect, and just kind of like subconsciously just coming into a space to be yourself, all aspects of yourself, regardless of what society thinks you should like or not like. So just a little context there.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing some voice to the blurs and the other BIPOC nerd culture. It's not easy, and it's very, they have to be extremely entrepreneurial a lot of the times, finding their people, finding their space, finding the support. So I appreciate you highlighting that. Is there any other commentary on this application before we move on to the next? Okay, let's keep rolling. Thank you.
Okay. Up next is Give One Studio LLC. Let's see, Zuli is the primary and Maria is the secondary. And Zuli, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer when you begin speaking.
Okay, so Give One LLC, their proposal is to kind of focus on their mosaic workshop. And there's two components to their mosaic workshop. As they explained it in the proposal, their mosaic workshop is for any age, any ability of art making and mosaic making. They're trying to make it accessible by free and low cost workshops. And the community works together to create these community mosaics, which I think is really cool, like large scale collaborative mosaics. And they also talked about through Elevate creating 4 to 6 new legend series mosaic portraits. So they have a series of portraits where they focus on honoring East Austin community leaders. And they commission these portraits from POC artists, and they also invite community members to create the larger scale mosaic mural from start to finish. I really thought for this particular, I'm not a mosaic person. I would love, if I lived in Austin, I would go to the mosaic workshop personally. So it sounds amazing. So that's just testament to how clearly they showed that they're serving the community. I really loved how they communicated their collaborations and kind of the input from different community key constituents on what they're going to make, right? So they collaborated with different groups, and that kind of influences which mosaics are going to be created in the Legend series. And I just think that there's a lot of intentionality in what they're proposing. I also loved to see how they offered a little bit of a anecdote that one artist started as a bead artist, started going through this mosaic workshop, and then got commissioned to make $100,000 mosaic mural. And I was just like, that's the community work right there in action, and uplifting artists. And I thought this is a very strong proposal. And if I make it to Austin and they get this going, I'd love to see it.
I agree with Zuli that it was a very strong proposal. I like when a proposal involves the community and the art making. I think that was a really strong piece of this. And that they involve them in sort of the design. So not saying, okay, this is a mural, I've designed it, and now you paint this color. I think that can be a really great experience for people to go through that, but then that people can come in at different times. So even if you weren't part of that design process, you could come in at a later time and still participate. And then there's a final product that is on display for the community for years to come with that large scale mural. And I think that's really important, especially when we're tying to tourism. I think like they called out Mural Arts Philadelphia, and we have murals here, but like that is something where people will come and do mural tours. So to be able to incorporate that as a tourism activity, I think is really strong, but that it's actually from the community that it's based out of. I feel like I would have maybe liked to see like a unveiling event or something like that that was even more drawing people in. And then I also just liked that they were having large group sessions at like the public library or at the MAC, if it reopens. It's closed right now, but that those are spaces that are already community based, so it's nice that people can kind of happen upon it too. I thought their marketing plan could have been more clearly targeted, though, even though they are based in East Austin. It's not always just a given that because you're based in East Austin, you're going to be reaching these communities at risk of cultural erasure. So I would have liked to see more targeted marketing in that sense from them. And it felt more generalized. But I did give it a high score.
Excellent. Is there any further commentary on this application? Okay, I guess we can keep going in, right?
Okay, up next is Historical African Martial Arts Association. Cindy is the primary and Zuli is the secondary. Let me reset the timer. All right, Cindy, whenever you're ready, I'll begin when you begin speaking.
Yeah, so the Historical African Martial Arts Association is submitted on behalf of, Demond Stith, and he, throughout the application, seems to have, from the beginning of the founding of this association, has the intention of promoting, educating, on the African and African diaspora martial arts, because he was very concerned of it being at risk of cultural erasure, and how not that many people in Austin are aware of this mainstream, non-European form of martial arts. And so that is something that that is stressed throughout the application, the importance of providing this education, and beyond the educational aspect of that, providing a space of being able to actually practice this martial art. And so I think that he does a great job of, or the applicant does a great job of addressing how this is relevant to the community, and also wanting to bring it to a general audience, although at the same time, I think that that is something that could be more explored. I think there was a struggle for me with this application because in its mission, it really wants to further amplify African American or African martial arts, but I think at times maybe there's some sort of it just sometimes feels broad, the audience that it wants to target. And I'm wondering if that's a desire to just make the classes more available overall, and maybe target its specific community in that way. I'm not sure if that made sense, but that is something that I just struggled with the application, just sometimes the unclear audience. I do like how, because I had this question in the beginning of the application, later on, the applicant addresses how not only is it educational and provides this, but one of the benefits that it provides is having a different form of physical exercise. It doesn't like, I for some reason that really just stood out to me, because I think a lot of people don't want to go to a gym. They want, wellness, but also in community. And I think that that's something that he addressed. And another aspect of that I found interesting was that he has a history of collaborating with other non-European martial arts instructors and practitioners, including Afro-Cuban, Puerto Rican, Filipino, Indonesian, and Haitian. And a lot of these, depending on how these individuals identify, could be other racialized individuals. So I think that could bring another element of understanding for folks in Austin community who may identify as Afro-Latino. And yeah, so I thought that was a great piece. And let's see. But on that note, I will say that the applicant does not provide a clear indication of whether they would provide non-English interpretation or instruction. And so I think that that is something that they could address, especially if they are collaborating with Afro-Cuban or Puerto Rican, et cetera, instructors.
I'll just, going off of that was my biggest thing that I was going to say, was collaboration with so many different intersections of the Black diaspora, and having that language support would actually also help with the dissemination of this information to new audiences. So that's something for them to consider in future proposals. That particular language accessibility piece. I do think it's very. I do agree with you, Cindy. It feels very broad, but I did appreciate that they vary in terms of cultural activities, relevance and responsiveness. They provided just the kind of a schedule of demonstrations as their outreach that I thought that was very clear, and also just looking at that kind of the African martial arts workshops that they're holding, it's very relevant to what's going on in the cultural zeitgeist. For example, like the one that's like the woman king warrior training, that's very appealing, right? Or Weapons of Wakanda, that's very appealing. So they're including things that will bring people in because it's a familiar piece that they already know, which is I want to commend them on that. It's very smart way of getting new audiences to join in this thing and be a little bit brave. Who doesn't want to go to be part of Wakanda and do what they do? I want to be one of those women warriors, like, so I thought that was really great. And so, yeah, those are my comments.
Cool. Is there any other commentary on this application? Yeah, Larnie, please. What's our time at, Anne-Marie? Just curious. We okay? Okay.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 39 seconds left.
Great.
I have collaborated with Damon, probably like 2006, 2009. So he's one of the long-standing folk trying to bring traditional practice in Austin. It's hard, and it's hard to bring people in, especially when you don't have a lot of resources to do marketing, because there's a lot of people great with marketing. In terms of the work that he's done, he has gone through different places, especially collaborating with the Filipino martial artist, which is he brings people here so that the people in Austin can benefit from that. The indigenous arts of Filipino and Indian arts, Kaliparayat, so Indonesian arts as well. It's hard to teach and bring it, especially with what you said, the language barrier. It's because it's not as exoticized as yoga. We don't want it to get there, but that's how I explain it to other people, that it becomes mainstream when it becomes watered down like that. And so for folks who have been holding the indigenous arts and really struggling to have that integrity and balance, we find ways on how to support. And what ends up happening is a lot of us get burnt out. So he's been there. I mean, he's been there for the youth, for self-defense and for community building, and also for being in the spaces where they hold any kind of overall health, mental health, spiritual health, physical health. So there's a lot of stuff that he has done in the community, and with having the collaboration, it opens people up to other ways of the art that connects it back to indigenous arts. So everybody's spread out. I can't remember if part of his grant proposal was marketing, but marketing and all of that would really help him greatly. And space has been an issue. We've done a lot of fundraising from the very beginning because we could not keep space, especially now. So I'm gonna stop here. Thank you.
Marketing is part of it, and more like social media, so that was included, pushing.
Yeah. Anne-Marie, not on this application, but I know we need to close it out, but can I say something more general, kind of some themes as we kind of move to take a break? Well, I really appreciate everyone's attention and intention when it comes to accessibility. But something that I wonder I have is thinking about a lot of these small scale to mid scale creative businesses, artists that not an excuse or a cop out in any way, but accessibility is cost prohibitive even to like nonprofits. Like you want to get a ramp for your old building, get ready to pay. And that's just the basics. So it kind of makes me feel like I wonder if going forward, we can provide a clearinghouse of affordable, but then again, the city can't endorse any really business. So there's a complication there. But you know, when the artist who's trying to do the right thing and go beyond the right thing when it comes to accessibility, language, otherwise centering disability justice, where do they turn to, you know, in Austin? So it's just a thought I'm having, and just wanting to have the empathy, you know, and then furthermore, when it comes to like sort of deep cultural traditions or cultural traditions that are niche or a danger of erasure, sometimes those are held by like culture bearer people, and they're not all like super duper entrepreneurial or marketing savvy, you know. So just feeling for these people that are trying to carry these traditions forward, you know, and thinking about what resources can be, you know, I don't know, compiled and shared in the future. So yeah, but I really appreciate the conversation so far.
Okay, we are at our first break. 15 minutes. Let's be back at 11:06. All right. So let's continue with the Elevate panel, Individual and Creative Business Panel 2, Day 2. Up next for review is Santa Cruz Theater. Cindy is the primary and Jess is the secondary. Let me pull up the timer. All right. Cindy, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer when you begin speaking.
Yes, so the Santa Cruz Theater is wanting to provide a music-based and multidisciplinary performance through the grant proposal, and they are wanting to do this to establish a space and placemaking of East Austin Latino for the East Austin Latino communities. They have because specifically the proposal is wanting to fund this performance, which includes about, I think you mentioned 9 different artists. Through those different artists, they have a long history of performing within the community, and I am familiar with one of them, Daniel Yanes, who I think had a residency at the MAC. But overall, through these artists and their collaboration with the Santa Cruz Theater, it seems like they have had a long history of performance in the community. I think they mentioned about they've collaborated with 275 artists for about 6 years. And overall, they do emphasize racial equity, where they're interested in making new sounds that touch on different genres, including indigenous, I think, can't remember the specific genre, but they are wanting to touch on those indigenous sounds. And then also, I think they had one of the work samples included a hip hop influenced piece that they worked on together. One of the biggest components of the proposal was the importance of wanting to provide a space in East Austin that hasn't given in or gone away because of the gentrification that it's experiencing. And they talk about how intersectionality does play a key role, and that they want to represent different types of music, but also diverse artists from race, class, sex, gender. But as I've mentioned before with other applications, I think that there could be more for this specific activity that they're wanting to fund with those 9 artists. I think they only explicitly named about 5 or 6 of them. And so I'm wondering if they're still looking for those other 3 artists, and what is the different, what communities do they represent, each of them? Because I think because it wasn't named, I'm not sure if they all identify as cis men, and if they say in their proposal that they want to represent different communities in the Latin American community, then I think that they could open up their project to LGBTQ individuals or people with disabilities, etc. Another thing that was a bit of a concern for me was that one of the letters of support was, I believe, written by a family member who already has an established founding within the community, the arts community. And so I think that if the applicant had explicitly named that what I would consider privilege, and then having that connection already established, I think that would have been great if they could have explicitly mentioned that. In terms of their marketing plan, they clearly do want to still target the Mexican American and Latin American community. I think they named a lot of specific channels and how they want to not just focus on Austin, but the Central Texas community, and how they want to bring Central Texas in general back on the map as a hub for creating Latino music that could go national or global. But yeah, overall, I think that the application has a clear focus, but there are some things that it could improve on.
I'm not familiar with this collective. However, I did score this application very high. I believe that the project summary does a really good job of describing the narrative of what this application would bring to the community. And I agree with Cindy's perspective of needing this type of grassroots historic type of representation in that part of the community. I work in East Austin, specifically historically on Rosewood Avenue, and I would be very pleased to see Latino representation revived in this area. So I definitely understood the mission and obviously the history of service in this application. I also was impressed that they had so many different artists that they were available to work with. I know that that's not easy or affordable most times. So I liked the resourcefulness of their budget. Yeah, and that's pretty much all I have. Thanks.
Is there any other commentary on this applicant before we carry on? All right. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Next application for review Might Be Magic. Maria is the primary and Jess is the secondary. I'm all set to go. So Maria, whenever you're ready, I'll begin the timer once you begin speaking.
Sure. So Might Be Magic is a group that puts on live music and dance events, kind of with an EDM focus and an emphasis on putting on those events in safe spaces for people from all backgrounds, basically, especially from maybe backgrounds that have been historically marginalized or other issues. I liked, actually, At first I was kind of like, oh, I don't know about this, but that was a judgment call on my end, and I took it out because I think that within the context of what they're doing, the application is very thoughtful. And I liked that they had pretty clear statistics on sort of who was making the events, percentages as far as breakdowns of people's kind of identities. I would like to, some of them maybe know how they gathered those, if they were self-reported. I think with the collaborators, they most likely are, but with attendees, I'm not sure. They have a large kind of output of putting on these events. So like 160 events in the last 2 years, which I like to see somebody's out there making things kind of happen. And I liked and that this proposal with the funding that they would be looking at doing events about 6 times a month in different spaces around Austin. So I also felt like that was a good like ROI for these grant fundings, that so many events could happen. I appreciated their kind of accommodations language around making there be space for people to move around and not be crowded, for taking into account lighting, strobe lighting, chairs and tables in a nightlife environment, which is a lot of times not taken into account and really does exclude people from participating in these types of events. And I like to think that they would publicize that so that people kind of know that these events are open for them. I did think their budget could have had more details, the numbers of artists paid and how many artists were, like what the rate was for the artists, again, because sometimes when it's just a big chunk of money, you don't know, is that going to 2 people or is it really getting out there and supporting that community in general? So that's kind of what I had to say about My Being Magic.
I thoroughly enjoyed this application. I thought it was very clear, very concise, and very thorough. I really enjoyed the mission. I think a safe space to just express yourself in any capacity is always needed. So I particularly liked how thorough and strategic they went to accommodate the marginalized groups in their mission statement. As far as any critiques I would give this, I really didn't have any. I thought that this was very detailed and very clear. I know I just don't really have a lot to say about this application other than that it was exactly what I would like to see in applications. So thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, just a reminder, we're not necessarily striving for consensus. We want positive feedback. So, I don't have immediately access to the scores, but if there were any divergent views, I'm sure that those things can come in a good spirit. So I want to just make sure to ask if anyone has any diverging views or additional views that they speak up. This one and all the ones we're going to do next. Okay. Well, cool. If there's no other further feedback, we'll keep rolling. Thank you so much. Oh, was that a hand? Oh, that's okay. Gotcha. Okay, got you.
All right, excellent. The next application up for review is Richie's Art Gallery. Zuli is the primary, and this one and three more applications, I forgot to go back and assign a secondary. So if someone would be lovely and volunteer just to give some secondary follow-up comments. Of course, everyone is welcome to provide comments as they wish. Zuli, whenever you're ready, you're welcome to begin.
So Richie's Art Gallery is requesting funding for their events and operations that are in their schedule. So this is including Mas Cultura Fest, which will happen in Latinx Hispanic Heritage Month, B-Boy Art Activation, which is happening in September during also Latinx Hispanic Heritage Month. And there's an Afrotech activation and a hip hop exhibit happening in November. And I thought that this was a really I thought this was a really strong proposal. I do like that outside of these specific activations and different events, they're also including classes at the art gallery. So there is a way to interact, because sometimes I don't know, I'm an artist, but I'm not a visual art. Well, I dabble, but going into like galleries and even these kind of spaces, I sometimes they could feel like some space between what's going on with the artist, what the artist created, and kind of bringing people into that space and providing some tactile things to do in terms of like classes and things. I think not only connects folks with the art, but also makes them feel part of the space. So I appreciate that. It's one of Austin's only Black-owned galleries. I think that's really important within the visual arts space to highlight, because Black and Brown folks, in terms of ownership and leadership within that space, is not very common. It's seldom, not very common. I see the connection with the community and the history of service, and I love to see that these particular events are done in collaboration with other community artists, curators, and leaders. So that collaboration aspect is there. I also think that something like a B-Boy hip hop exhibition is something that's very current and important. We talked about hip hop culture's influence locally, but also globally. Arnie, you were talking about that previously. So like showing it as something to be curated, like so giving it that kind of space to be consumed in that way, and focusing on its history, I think is really important. So yeah, I thought this was really strong. I love that the exhibitions are free and accessible in that way in terms of finance. And I think that's everything I have to say. Also.
We're looking for a volunteer, is that right, Henry? If the spirit moves you.
It's totally, go for it. I was just going to say, and it's totally okay if you are totally on the same page with Zuli. We can have some double thumbs up also.
I just want to touch on the balance you have to maintain for serving the community and paying your bills. So in terms of operations, there's this accessibility that we want to create, or a lot of the artists want to create, so that they welcome everyone, that they have access to the art that's there, so it's not like out of reach. I also want to highlight the support letter. Reggie was one of the gallery owners here in Austin, and because of what's been going on, what had happened, continued to happen in East Austin, they lost space. So they've been there for 20 years. So for us to only have one at a time, And I remember before there was Mitch's art gallery. That's why when I saw the name Rich's art, I was like, oh, it's like the same kind of flow. And there's this remembering, right? And so when I saw who wrote the supporting letter for him, and then what they wrote about that, there's a strong, support of just it's beyond maintenance. There, we hope that he's not the only one, but he is, and Rich's art gallery is the only one. So I score them fairly high for all of the work that they're doing and for the purpose that it serves, especially when it relates to the grant. So thank you.
Yeah, I didn't want to jump in right away because I was like, I'm just gonna agree with everything that was said. This is one of the applications that I scored very highly. And I think that a lot of time is spent on the applications, and so like we've already mentioned, I do want to be careful about that, of not giving too much importance to like how detailed they are. But I think that they did a great job of just it's not even answering the questions, it's like generally providing what they do and or plan to do, or they wish that they would do. So like I think there was yeah, so I really like that. And just because I'm looking at my notes, I think they have an extensive marketing plan in terms of using social media and part of using Spanish radio stations. The space is accessible to non-English speaking folks. And I think that they have community support through what they provide us: numbers, ticket sales, donations. And overall, I think that they have a lot of collaboration with artists that belong to marginalized communities. So a great application overall.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I think if there's no further feedback, we'll move to the next application.
Okay, up next is Fallout Theater. Jess is the primary and Zuli is the secondary. And Jess, let me reset the timer. And whenever you begin speaking, I'll start the timer.
Thank you. So the Fallout Theater is doing a project named Texas Sketch Comedy Fest, and that aims to bring sorry, that's Surrey. That aims to bring people of color and LGBTQIA+ comedians who began at Fallout Theater and have risen up to come back and provide inspiration to up-and-coming minority comedians in Central Texas and local audiences and tourists visiting the downtown Austin area. They want to provide classes, workshops, and performances in improv, sketch, and stand-up comedy for their festival. I definitely understand how comedy can be therapeutic, and I love the aspect of having people of color and the LGBTQIA+ community represented. So I understood the project summary and vision very clearly, and I can see how that would be beneficial to the community. As far as the application goes, I would have liked to have seen more community relationships, particularly with community leaders. I think there would be a really good opportunity to engage community organizations to help make this event more well-rounded. And my other critique would be the budget seemed like it could use some editing. It could be more resourceful. The first sentence of the budget refers to snacks and water in the green room. So I just think maybe being more strategic about how you are wording your budget and how you're using the resources would be to your benefit. But other than that, I really enjoyed this application, and I definitely feel like there is a need for this kind of art in Austin and in the space. Thank you.
My first comment for this proposal was comedy can be a treacherous space for marginalized folks. But this seems like a space that's inclusive and would be impactful to the comedy community and at the various intersections that they're hoping to serve. So that's something that really stood out for me. I really want to commend them on the history of service and giving the background of the theater, historical, like just to there were some problematic issues with the predecessor, but they were able to create something new and different and build something of their own. And I appreciated kind of getting that narrative and that story. I love that they solicit feedback from the community at all times so that it is an inclusive space. So they're very intentional about inclusivity and the safety of everybody that's there from what I'm reading. And I also did talk, one of my comments was I love the connection with the community and other local nonprofits. So they've worked with vulnerable populations and given proceeds to different organizations, like Transgender Education Network, Safe Alliance. It's really just using comedy, bringing people for a laugh, right? Therapeutic, as Jess said, but also putting the money where your mouth is, literally, I think is commendable. So I want to give them their flowers there for that. I thought that this was a really good proposal, and as someone that is an artist, I do like the water and snacks. The days are long. I love having sustenance as I'm creating. So yeah, you know, 2-hour opera, 3-hour call before. I need my bananas and stuff. So yeah, I comedy is tough. I have friends that are comedians. Comedy is tough. And so creating a space to create comedy that people feel safe is a feat. So I want, again, commending them on that.
Thank you, Suli. I think those are super insightful comments. Yeah, being in a commercial space in downtown Austin, doing it 7 nights a week. Just saying, I have to be impartial, but impressive. Yeah, any other commentary on Fallout? All right, let's carry on.
Okay, next application is 3240 Entertainment Group LLC. Zuli is the primary, and love to have a secondary volunteer for this one, friends.
Do I go ahead and start? Okay, so 3240 LLC, their proposal are to create this virtual reality. Well, I don't know if I want to call it virtual reality, but it's using technology to bring a piece of history to people's attention in Austin. So in 1911, Booker T. Washington visited Austin, and he was denied permission to speak at the Texas Capitol. So the project places him on the steps of the Capitol to orate in present day through augmented reality. And talk about making history fun and interesting, or not that it's not interesting, but talk about making history just be in it, right? This is something I didn't know that happened, right? And I'm sure that a lot of folks within Austin didn't know that happened. And what a great way to educate, but also entertain, and also show folks technology that they might be interested in to know more about and maybe learn more about. I do like that in the project summary and in the within the proposal, the I don't want to, they are clear on what they need in terms of how to create this, to make it happen. So that kind of, because I wouldn't know otherwise. So that kind of clarity was really fantastic. Uh, I also said, my notes. This is a wonderful opportunity to present history through technology, but also uplift hidden history of Austin, Texas. Focusing on the Black community in this place is especially important. And I say that as someone who knows of the displacement of Black folks in Austin and Texas especially. So just kind of uplifting this is really, I think, important. It could be lost, right? I did say something about the budget that a lot of it is going to technology. But I don't know that there's anything that can be done about that because it is expensive to create augmented reality installations. But I do think that the CEO, Kendra, did a really good job of explaining the importance of why this history should be uplifted in this way and how intentional they are about hiring and employing artists of color to make this happen. So yeah, those are my comments.
I volunteer as secondary. I agree with Zuli. I think the one thing about this application that I would have liked to have seen is I definitely understand the significance and importance of Booker T. Washington in the moment, you know, that he was denied here and the cultural significance, but I would have really liked to have seen a Austin local such as Arthur B. DeWitty, somebody who doesn't really have a spotlight on them and any awareness, but has done pivotal things for Austin and the local community. So I think I would have liked to have seen a more local elements to that, other than, you know, it took place at the Capitol. But other than that, I really liked the idea of this. I believe it's really innovative to bring history and technology together and honor events of the past. And so, yeah, I think it was a really great application, but I would have liked to have seen a more central element to Austin. Thanks.
Any other further commentary on this applicant? Cool, let's keep rolling.
Okay, next up is Austin Action Fest. Arnie is the primary and Zuli is the secondary. And let me reset the timer. All right. Arnie, whenever you're ready to begin.
I forgot to unmute. The Austin Action Fest is a one-day event, and they hold it physically and virtually. And this time it's a film festival with the market. And so they say that they did not, they saw a problem of not seeing diversity in color and in choreography in film. So they became that solution. And part of the solution is whenever they have they bring in community together or make suggestions or advise folks on what to highlight or how to diversify their source, their resource for martial arts or their way of imagery. One of the things that they did is brought in the historical African martial arts folks to teach and to educate them about what it can look like and what it is. So their main focus is to highlight local talent and bring people into Austin, because they feel that if folks are creating films here, why not hire our people, bring our talent, you know, and put them in the center. And they also welcome, you know, they said secondary location can be outside, but mainly focus on the local talents and local economy. The way they raise their community and constituents is by holding space for them to learn about what filmmaking is and what goes around and the process of it, and so that they can be more skilled and that they can take that skill to, they can take it anywhere. And so within the industry that they're in, they want to make sure that those skill levels are taught, because they're hard to, unless you pay for your classes, unless you have that experience, then it's kind of hard to access. Let's see. In terms of leadership, they mentioned that they are run by three in their team, and they are female, like he said, majority, 2/3 women, and then African American. And so there are three folks in leadership. In terms of like community collaboration, that's all I found, and is with bringing in the historical African martial arts folks. But they take care of their constituents from within. So it's the, you know, the community of filmmakers, because when there are other mentions of diversity in film, in filmmakers, but they're not represented still. It's still not there. So let's see. They said that they check in with their constituents regularly. And so that tells you that because they are in communication with the people they serve, they mold their programs according to what's needed. Again, their main purpose is to create opportunities here for local talents and bring in, you know, to highlight Austin as, like somebody mentioned earlier, like a hub, and to really create that presence, you know, for folks who have been marginalized, for folks who have been visible. So thank you.
I thought Austin Action Fest was cool and very strong, and it highlighted something within the film industry that they didn't see, right? So they didn't see something, they didn't see themselves represented, and so I was like, okay, let me create this solution, right? And so I do love that this is a one-day event that's both virtually and in person. They did mention there are people coming outside of Austin to come to it, so the impact is going in outside, is they have a reach within the filmmaker community, Black filmmaker community. To me, one of the great things about this application, and as somebody that's, you know, I'm in a very niche art form of opera, what they're doing they express that what they're doing with their festival and market is rare, because they're focused on seeking ways to getting the submitters funded and distributed. So what they're doing is, as they're doing these screenings, they're exposing local artists of color to the market, and also facilitating the conversations and making connections with the companies on their behalf free of charge, which is huge. They're not getting a cut if somebody gets picked up And that to me demonstrates their commitment to their community specifically. So that's like saying I have a manager and they're getting me gigs, but they're not taking 10%. Like that's basically what they're doing. They're just doing it because they're growing the community in that way. So I thought that's really impactful and really equitable, actually. So that's my biggest comment. So yes to that.
And if there are comments, y'all, before we move to close out this application, thank you. Good insights, y'all.
Okay, we are wrapped for the morning session. We will take our lunch break. We'll start back up to the public at 1 o'clock. So if the panelists can be back by like 12:55, ready to roll, that'd be great. All right, enjoy your lunches. Great. I was like, did the recording start or not? I couldn't remember. Okay, now we're starting. The first application up for review today, or after the lunch session, first application of afternoon, Into LLC. Jess is the primary and Maria is the secondary. I have the timer up and ready to go, or I will in just a second. I was up. What's happened to it? Here we go. Jess, whenever you're ready, you may begin. I will start the timer once you start discussing the application.
Thank you, Anne Marie. The project name here is In Tow, and it is a free community screening of the short film In Tow, paired with resources that are valuable to the target audience, which is families dealing with housing and financial insecurities, along with generational differences. This is a fictional film. As far as the application goes, I enjoyed this application thoroughly. The mission and the key constituencies I felt were on point. I liked that it was a film that was free to the community to view and also had resources just available there, targeting those community members that the film would apply to. So you could relate to the film and then have resources available to you right then and there to help you change your situation. So I really liked that aspect of this application. Another thing that I enjoyed was that they do partner with a lot of community leaders, notably MISMA. We've worked with them at Austin Freenet, and they are a wonderful organization. So to see that they're working with MISMA and then also Austin Film Society and Latinitas does bode well for the application, I feel. I also liked that they considered different languages as far as accessibility. I would have liked to have seen them go to greater lengths for accessibility, for mobility accessibility. I think like planning out a space a little bit more, or at least having a couple of different spaces in mind that you know have the accessibility requirements that you are considering for your event, just shows that you're considering accessibility, despite whatever budget you may have. And then lastly, I would say the budget in general, when I pulled it up, it has the majority of the cost going to administrative fees. So I guess I would have liked to have seen a little bit of proposal budget detail explaining why those costs are so high, as opposed to what it would take to create this event. But other than that, I definitely appreciated this viewpoint and this opportunity to engage the community in a narrative that provides resources as well. Thanks.
I agreed with most of what Jess had to say. I liked that it was a free community screening. And I thought that the filmmaker had a strong history of work in amplifying Latina voices. And I thought it was like, I think that the movie sounds interesting and like kind of a timely topic and not just an interesting way to approach it, that it would be engaging. And I thought it was really clear that they prioritize hiring artists from key constituency groups and kind of providing those opportunities through their filmmaking. And so I scored this fairly high. I thought, as far as the budget with administrative, I sort of thought, I believe the film has already been completed. So I kind of think they might have just been bucketing a lot of expenses into that administrative for the producing of the film screening, but I agree always that it would be nice to have details on budgets. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Making space for any additional perspective comments. Okay, seeing none, we can carry on.
All right, thank you. Okay, the next application up for review is Crescendo Creative Solutions. Maria is the primary and Cindy is the secondary. Let me reset the timer. Okay, Maria, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Sure. So this is Crescendo, and it's primarily a music training course for women, where they would bring on 20 women to take women musicians to take place in this training course with reduced fees basically for that, based on using grant funding to reduce the cost of that for the participants. The course would result in a community showcase. It's artist entrepreneur course. Sorry, my note. But it would result in a community showcase and solicit people to, they would write songs tied to nonprofits, and then some funds could go to those nonprofits. For me, I found that this application was sort of a step off of the goal of this grant funding. Within the rubric, women are not really identified as an other marginalized group or primary at risk of cultural erasure. I think the majority of the budget, when you look at it, is really going towards this training opportunity versus the community showcase, which would really be the only thing that was widely available to the community to participate in. Most of the money in the budget goes to that. The artists who would participate and be in, they would get, I guess they would get this discounted rate for the training, but the pay would be solicited through ticket fees. So the grant's not actually paying those specific artists to do the work that they're doing. So for me, this was not scored particularly high. It was on the low end of the score, just because while it seems great to give the opportunity for women to learn more about music business, it felt very specialized and sort of off to the side of what the grant was really looking to fund.
I agree with Maria, your overall comments. I think that Wendy, as the business owner, she does a great job, or they do a great job of explaining how the mission and how they're founded on wanting to serve women regardless of their age, race, orientation, and familial situation, whether they have kids or not, or other, their caregivers. But and I think another, just to add on to that, I do like how she also brought in her own experience as being a musician for like, I think 20 years in the music industry, and how she not only has she experienced that and provided that vulnerability, but also has witnessed that in the music industry, and how that has led her to really bring this program together, because she wants to see women in the music industry industry. However, I think going back to what the purpose of the Elevate grant is to provide a benefit to communities that are marginalized. And so I think there is growth there that for the proposal. There could be more explanation on how their 12-week program aims to just not just benefit women in general, but also people with disabilities, people of color, LGBTQ folks, because there is even more marginalization that happens in the music industry for people with double or more identities. And even though one of the 3 activities that they mentioned, besides the 12-week program, they talk about how the class would participate in a fundraiser for an organization, for a local organization that either benefits women who are Black or Brown, LGBTQA, or with disabilities. And it just kind of seems like, even though they're offering that, it doesn't seem to be a main piece. It's almost like it's not a main goal, and I almost want to say, like, it seems like something that they just want to check off. So I think there's definitely, I don't know what I would want to see. I can't give an exact example or suggestion, but I think that there is something that could be done. And beyond that, I think that their language accessibility could be greatly improved. They mentioned providing transcriptions on a weekly basis, but I wasn't sure if that meant that they had to be requested. And I'm just thinking about the folks who don't speak English. Would they even be able to participate in an interactive fashion throughout that 12-week program, or would they rely more on notes? So yeah, for me, I didn't grade the proposal very high for those reasons.
Okay, that was a good discussion about how we really need to consider public benefit, and then the benefit of the communities benefit to the communities identified in the grant purposes. So is there any further discussion on this application? All right.
Okay, next application up is socially immersed. Zuli is the primary and Jess is the secondary.
So socially immersed in their proposal, talked about a project that seems like a flagship project called Cultures and Build, where they're combining food and art to create immersive experiences exploring diverse cultures. I don't know how many people see culinary arts as a thing, but it is, food is art. Yeah. And it's such an accessible way of introducing people to something different that they might not know. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like, we all eat. So, so I always find, and kind of combining that with art and art making, I think is really cool. They're using mixed media exhibits and interactive stations and visitor pop-ups at museums to foster this cross-cultural understanding and celebrating the universal language of creativity. I think my main comment of this proposal is that an immersive aspect of this pop-up centered around this interculturality is really exciting. I think that their experience in being flexible and adaptable when they shifted their business model because of COVID, I thought was really impressive. They shared that they've done performances and workshops in the past, and during COVID, they were faced with not having students not being able to return to school and all of that. and they adapted to create like this national interactive virtual school that focuses on their mission of this intercultural celebration of creativity through food and art. And I also really want to point out that the community collaboration and engaging the community in like these meetings and workshops and focus groups to get ideas and insights about what the community needs, I thought was really commendable. And they did express that the majority of the funds are going through to the creation of the installation of the exhibits, which is highlighting local artists and creating these visual displays and elements of the showcase that highlight diverse cultures. So I think that in terms of what Elevate is for, this is right on the nose, and it was really exciting and really appealing. And I really appreciated the founder to expressing some of their background of being the first person to get a passport in their family, and just kind of being part of the community that they're serving as well.
So for my notes with this application, I thought it was a great use of, I mean, anytime food is in the conversation, it's wonderful. Food brings everybody together. And so I really enjoyed that aspect of this application and how creative and innovative that aspect of this application was. Some feedback I did have, particularly pertaining to the budget. When I did pull up the budget, majority of the expenses are allocated to artistic fees, which is totally understandable. I would have just preferred to see a detailed breakdown of what that entails and like what you're giving those artists those fees for. Is it for their materials, or is it for their time? Just more detail in general would help us paint an overall picture. And I think I would have preferred that across the board with this application as well, just because having a pop-up event with food and other resources is a lot of different events in one. And I would have preferred more detail explaining how you're going to get there, because it seems like a wonderful but complicated adventure. And I think that's all I have for notes. Thank you.
Thank you both. Is there any additional commentary for this application? Okay, we can carry on.
All right. The next application up for review is OGZU. Jess is the primary and Larnie is the secondary. Let me reset the timer. Okay. Jess, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer when you begin speaking.
Thank you, Anne Marie. This project name is History of Woodridge Square through AR. This is the Austin story as represented by OGZU. It's an immersive augmented reality experience designed to engage and educate the community, and it is located in historic Woolridge Square Park. The project aims to showcase rich cultural and historical heritage through location-based reality installations. When reviewing this application, I thought that this was just an innovative idea. I've seen similar things in the community being showcased with technology bringing history in the location of the element. And I think it just resonates with the community in ways that we need for education and healing and just overall awareness. So I really appreciate that angle of this application. I also really liked that the cultural leadership is present and there are multiple people who are invested in this project. And I think the accessibility part of this was a little disappointing, knowing that they weren't going to add or consider any other languages, because I'm sure other people who learn or just receive information in other languages would like to take part of this opportunity. And that's all I have. Thanks.
I was curious about how they continue to have ongoing conversations with the community, and it says here that they do surveys, focus groups, and public forums. And I wanted to know more about where they hold this, if they do it as an email, virtually, or in the spaces that they want to that they have a relationship with. When they mentioned that they worked with the Mexican, like MACC and the Carver, I was looking into like what work they did, and so it led me to the supporter. The letter of support is also part of their board, so I don't know if that's an encouragement or if that's a conflict, or is that okay? So I was trying to figure out like who else and what else is involved, but so far their history is a lot of amplifying what we are trying to promote, what they're, and even if they said they're promoting tourism, there's a huge need for us to know what our histories are. I myself, I'm a settler. I moved here in 1998. A lot of the histories in Austin, I had to relearn. Even the schools are not really focused on teaching the rest of the history. So things like these, I feel like for folks moving here and not knowing the history of Austin and the people of Austin, it helps as a reminder. But they're not just visitors, because we've lived here, especially like the last 10 years. So I believe I scored them in the mid to high, fairly high in terms of pushing the supporting the grant, the application. I was curious about how they will maintain, like what you mentioned earlier, accessibility. If this is a virtual thing and it's a public space, how are they supposed to be accountable to that? And is this part of the proposal? Because it did say that they want to keep things at least ADA. What's the language?
You're looking for the word compliant, or?
Yes, thank you very much for that. I forgot that. So that's all I have. I wanted to make sure that I looked at everything. Thank you.
And I did want to just chime in about, in terms of if a board member submitting a letter of support is okay, that's fine. We don't have a restriction or requirement that they be from a specific person or group. So a board member providing a letter of support is okay.
Okay, is there any other discussion on this application, OGZU? Okay, we'll carry on.
Okay, next application is Elevate Laboratory. Cindy's the primary and Maria is the secondary. Cindy, whenever you're ready to begin, I will begin timing.
Okay, so this application was submitted by Anna Westbrook from the Elevate Laboratory, and just because it's like I'm just thinking it right now, I thought this application was great. I scored it very highly for several reasons. The mission is very clear. There's no doubt about it. They're they're specifically wanting to serve and benefit the Black community and other marginalized groups. But it is very clear from the get-go that their mission is to provide a safe space for Black individuals through the performance of gospel music and a production of other events that educate and train artists also within the Black community. The work samples that they provided were, I think they had videos and audio and I believe also a video. And just the things that the partner organizations had to say was all positive, and they mentioned other things that the applicant didn't in the proposal, including how they provide services to school children and like specifically school supplies. So that's to say that the proposal did a great job of explaining how they want to provide a three concert series for the Black community in response to their production history, where they perform in worship and non-religious spaces. And from that experience of having people interact and engage with them, they realized that they were not equipped to meet all the needs of the people, specifically relating to mental health. And so with this 3-concert series, they want to provide a space where they not only provide joy through music and specifically gospel music, but also paid therapists, clinical therapists who can address those needs that they've seen. And I don't think I need to say it, but I think the benefits of that are lasting, because mental health, as they point out, is not something that's equitably distributed or accessible to Black individuals, especially those with other identities. And there was something else that I wanted to point out. Since I've mentioned this with other applications, I thought that they did a great job of discussing, let's see. Their current reach to audiences. Specifically, they acknowledge that a lot of their in-person performances it's not primarily attended by Black individuals, Black community members, and they tie that back to systemic racism and systemic poverty. And so part of why this grant proposal this grant is very important to the work is because they want to increase that audience to include Black people, African Americans in the community. So overall, I love this proposal. I think that they have a clear plan. They acknowledge the things that they can improve on, and that's why they're applying for this.
Yes, I agree with Cindy that it was very well thought out. You can tell that each detail has been given a lot of attention, and sort of they have looked at where they might not have the skills and brought in people who do have those skills and are experts to help them with that. I thought in the accessibility that they're planning to bring in someone with expertise in sort of that realm to help advise them on how to make these as accessible as possible. What else did I say? Oh, I like that they are planning to collect feedback as they implement the concerts and incorporate it with the future concerts. I like the number of artists that are employed, and the majority of them are Black artists that they provide sort of this community and a group and mentorship and just opportunity for artists to work in larger numbers because it is a gospel choir. And I like the mental health tie-in as well.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Thank you, Cindy. Is there any other commentary on Levite Laboratory, this application? Okay, we shall continue.
Okay, next up is PJ Reval LLC. Jess is the primary and Arnie is the secondary. Let me reset the timer. Okay, Jess, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you, Anne Marie. The project name is Capua, Texas, and Capua, Texas is a documentary feature about a Filipino family and the backdrop of racial unrest, police brutality, and COVID-19. The film centers around 3 young Filipino American women, and it is a self-documented time capsule during a turbulent time in Texas. This application, I believe, is looking for funding to finish audio production so that it can be screened in other places, but it has been screened at the Austin Asian American Film Festival earlier this month. I enjoyed the mission of the overall film, and I liked that they were interested in filming or screening it at places like the Asian American Resource Center. I would have liked to have seen more community engagement or community leadership presented here. And I think when it comes to the budget, there was a large sum for additional expenses, but nothing that detailed like what that would go to. So just more clarity on where all of the resources are going to. Overall, though, I felt this was a good application, and I feel that this perspective definitely needs to be told. I'm sure there are countless families that are in similar predicaments, and just having general awareness of that needs to be represented. That's all I have. Thanks.
I got a little bit sidetracked there. Sorry, I was looking at the film. It looked interesting. On full disclosure, did we get through our second reviewer? I'm so sorry, everybody.
No.
Okay, there you are. Okay, I was waiting for you.
So the first film that I've seen that they produced is called Call Her Ganda. And this film follows the story of a transgender woman found in the Philippines, and it's connected to the military. So it brought up a lot of showing in terms of putting the film out here, and it was the ARC as well. So the community that got together was beyond Austin community, but there's a lot of support coming from the Asian American Film Festival here. That's in terms of support. For this particular submission, the application brings in it said it's like a time capsule of 2020. And earlier I mentioned that a lot of the stuff that's getting support now is coming from there. So the history of work that he has done from the beginning of the documentary work that he's done is there. I'm a bit familiar with it because I understand Filipino and I also know PJ in terms of community. We have been in the panel together and I know the work that he does firsthand. I've gotten to witness it, I've gotten benefit from it. And there's a lot of work that's being done in terms of bridging communities of Filipino Americans and then the intergenerational. There's deep healing that needs to happen within all of the communities and all of our collective experiences as folks who have been colonized, folks who have been being erased here. And it is like somewhat a cross-cultural thing, but to have that deep conversation within your families, our families are very, it needs another, how do I say this? A film is one great way of like, oh, good, there's like a one way of introducing the idea. So the conversations that happens within the spaces that this film was in terms of the, you know, Asian and Black solidarity, that's what it brings forth. And what I was trying to look for was you mentioned that in terms of community, there was not a lot of mention with different organizations, but there is the connection with the Austin Justice Coalition and the Black Lives Matter chapter here. I'm not personally familiar, or I've not been in that space, but those are the things that that I read, and as part of the application. And I think the big reach is for it to continue. And what I liked about the whole creation of the film is the youth are the ones who are creating it. And so him as an editor or somewhat of a curator, making sure that there's a space for them to put their work. And I don't even know if these they're filmmakers. These are real life folks who's dealt with the stories of, you know, COVID and then what had happened in 2020. So that's what I'm seeing, what it's about. So yeah,
Larnie,
that's all. Thank you.
curious, is this, I think it's helpful when the reviewers talk about where they're scoring. Larnie, where is this for you? I think it helps.
Oh, I scored it fairly high. So
Okay,
thank you.
thank you for that. Is there any additional commentary on this application?
I want to say that I also scored it high. I think that there's intersectionality is very important. And I think that I appreciate that the applicant provided that lived experience of being a Filipino who's queer identifying and grew up in a very different environment than where they are now. So I appreciated that vulnerability and having that in the proposal. And I like that there was a mention of partnerships with Black-led or Black-owned businesses as well.
Thank you. I think we can carry on.
All right. The next application up for review is Vinyl Beauty Bar. Zuli is the primary and Maria is the secondary. Timer. Let's not forget that. All right, timer is reset. Zuli, whenever you're ready, I'll begin the timer.
Okay, I'm ready. So Vinyl Beauty Bar is a small business and it's committed to bringing art and music therapy to the community of East Austin, which is rapidly changing and in danger of displacement, as they explain. So my understanding of Vinyl Beauty Bar through this proposal is that it's a full service salon that also acts as a community like music space and also provides therapeutic, inclusive resources and is a safe space for all kinds of folks. They promote, in the proposal, they talk about their mission is to promote local artists and musicians from all different backgrounds and to collaborate with other Austin businesses and nonprofits, nonprofit charities through events within the physical space and through the community. and some of the organizations, and I want to say that they listed the organizations, but also gave a sentence on what this organization does, which was very helpful as someone that is not from there. Yeah. I also liked that they discussed that this salon was founded on the belief that you should always give back to the community. So it's very community centered. And as a social worker, this is music to my ears. My personal thoughts on this proposal is that I think that there are so many needs being served by this project, both directly and indirectly and intentionally. And it's a wonderful concept around community. And as I was reading it, what came to me as someone that does, the social work, and I work in the community in Pittsburgh, is when I'm working with different populations. And for example, in the Black community, the barber shop is not just a barber shop. It's a place where people talk. It's a place where people connect. It's a place where people exchange resources. It's a place of trust and safety. Same thing with the Dominican salons in New York and New Jersey. I'm Dominican. I know a community, like, that's not just a salon. It's where you get together with your community. It's where you find resources. It's where you connect in these ways. And I see, for me, that's what came up when I was reading this proposal, that Vital Beauty Bar is providing that, but also providing that for local artists as they also collaborate with organizations like the Health Alliance for Austin Musicians. So providing, so it's going beyond, it's using art to provide holistic care for the community. And I just want to commend them on that. And I scored this very high. I think it speaks to what this what the Elevate grant is about.
Hi, okay, I have a different opinion of this one. For me, when I went to their website, it was only services for a hair salon were shown. There are no actual events really shown on their website. After some digging, I could find some of those older events where they primarily use, I believe, their event space to throw a concert and then some of that would benefit the nonprofit. Within the proposal, I felt like it was really unclear what the events would actually be that would be funded by this, like just where they would be, who would be, what artists would be involved. There was no sort of booking policy or curatorial policy that showed that key constituency groups would be prioritized in the artists or musicians that would be booked for these spaces. And I felt like the marketing was generalized. And let me see, like it just didn't really make it clear as to how the key constituency groups would be targeted for their proposed activities going forward. I thought like a lot of it sounds great, like to say that your mission is music therapy and all of these things, but then when I just the further research I did into their website, I didn't quite see the proof of that basically in their application or in their online presence. And I felt like the budget was also unclear as to where this grant funding would go and if it would be used to fulfill the goals of the grant opportunity.
Thank you both. Yeah, I appreciate the keen eye in all perspectives here. Given the variance, is there anyone else that wants to chime in and offer their say? Is there any further input on this application?
Yeah, I'd like to chime in. While I definitely relate to Zuli's perspective about how the potential of, music and self-love and beauty all coming together, I tend to side with Maria, and my judging reflected the points that Maria brought up in her statement. And so my score for this was relatively low just because it didn't really answer those questions once you got under the surface of the proposal.
Thank you, Jess. Is there any additional input on this application? Alrighty, thank y'all. Let's move on.
Okie doke. We are at our next break. We've got 15 minutes, so we'll be back at 2:05. All right. Welcome back to Individual Creative Business Panel 2, Day 2. The next application up for review is East End Electric LLC. Zuli is the primary and Jess is the secondary. Zuli, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Okay. So East End Eclectic, their proposal is named, the project name for this proposal is in Cultural Canvas Celebrating Austin's Diversity Through Murals. They've proposed a multi-mural project. They want to highlight underserved and marginalized communities through this, creating large-scale murals that tell the stories of these communities, and they're creating through this paid opportunities for local BIPOC and queer artists, not only to grow their craft, but they're expanding their portfolio. There's a lot of benefits symbiotically. The key constituents that they are made up of are primarily Black and Brown people, marginalized communities in Austin. Their plan, they have their history of services really was really detailed and showed me like what they do as someone that's not familiar with this organization. They also are part of the community. The person that created East End Eclectic, so and fifth generation Austinite, which I thought that was really a great way to put it. I think for me it was really evident to me that their mission was very clear, and that is community centered. And my only feedback is I would like to see more detail of how funds are going to be used in the budget. But overall, I think adding to the arts ecosystem in this way in Austin is needed, and yeah, I like their connection to the community.
I agree. I enjoyed the mission of, you know, amplifying marginalized voices through art. I think that's on key with where their grant is. However, I felt like this application lacked a lot of detail. There was a lot of vague statements that said that they were committed to, you know, for example, accessibility, but not listing, you know, the ways in which they are, you know, making strides in action for those commitments. Additionally, I agree with Zuli. I would have liked to have seen more from the budget in terms of what that is allocated to and why it is allocated to, other than the breakdown that was provided. I just wasn't able to really see the vision that they were trying to create for this application. And so for that reason, this scored lower than some of the other applications presented. Thank you.
So is there any further analysis on this? I know this person's kind of primarily a muralist, right? A large scale mural. So I wonder if anyone else has any perspective or maybe experience in the community with this work. Would anyone else like to offer any perspective just based on their comments?
Not sure I'm adding much by this, but yeah, I definitely agree with the accessibility, the lack of physical ability or accessibility, excuse me. But I felt that I think the fact that it is a mural project, and I'm not sure if it's too lenient to say that since it's outside, it is visible to a lot of people, and it removes that financial barrier or even that uncomfortableness that comes from going to museums and galleries. And a lot of the times you just see people that don't look like you, even if the exhibitions are over a culture or by an artist that looks like you. A lot of the times the attendance isn't reflected by that representative. And so I think the fact that it's a mural and you can just go to it and be in your own safe space mentally if you want, like that is a possibility. And I think the applicant pointed to that as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. Any other further feedback on this? Oh, yes, please, Larnie. Did you raise your hand, Larnie?
Oh,
there you
yeah.
go.
I think because murals are sometimes just, we pass through them a lot. And it's a way of inviting folks to inquire about the story behind it. So the video that they shot, which was, I think it's another collaboration with Racine in the Sun. And it highlights the story behind it. Right now, there's a lot of projects because of gentrification. The only thing really that, folks from the East Side historically have left is the murals, right? Because it holds on to the walls, it holds on to the structure because all the other structures are gone. There is the efforts that they've made around, South Lamar, and then is it Rosewood? Don't quote me on that. So these things to me serve as a reminder, and sometimes the last hold, right? And so, because that's all we see. This is like in terms of museum, it's also a reminder of what we've lost. So it's like a sad, it's a powerful and bittersweet and really a sad reminder of what we're losing. And so I'm not familiar with his work. The video helped me gain an insight on what they face as, in terms of generational pain, in terms of the stories that we may not have known if I did not see the faces. So that's just my insight. I think it's a way of dancing. It's a way of storytelling. And sometimes that's all we have. So
yeah, thank you for that. I think maybe this is a stretch, but some similarity between a muralist, and there's a lot of buildup to the unveiling of the mural, but what you don't see like a film is the interaction that it has beyond that sort of culmination moment, right? The ritualization moment. So I kind of think about that as far as muralists and filmmakers alike when it comes to applying for funds for their projects. 3, 2, 1. Done. Oh, you're muted, Emery.
Were there any more comments before we move on?
Yeah, pardon.
Okay, no, that's great. That's fine. You're allowed to contribute. Cycles production is next. Maria is the primary and Jess will be the secondary. Maria, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
So Cycles is a short film about grief and isolation set in a laundromat. We have a quick kind of overview of the sort of plot story of the movie at the top line, and the applicant is kind of looking for funding to finish production on the short film, as well as have a screening. I think this was sort of a medium scoring application for me. It comes from a Black female filmmaker, and the history of their work does concentrate kind of just on telling stories and bringing their perspective, their unique sort of lived experience perspective to things. And this is a really personal work for them. And the artistic quality seems like it would be high for the film based on their history and work, and that it would employ artists. I found, however, I guess just that while it was coming from that perspective, it sort of was seeking to reach and serve more general audiences. It wasn't necessarily targeted towards serving historically marginalized communities. I thought that the marketing budget was fairly small. It was only $850 for that, for the film screening. Just as far as like promoting and having a public screening and getting people there and maybe making that targeted, the plan wasn't super clear to me. But the film seems like a worthwhile film to make that will be interesting. It just felt, I think because it was such a personal film that it maybe felt, and then also just that the idea was really to promote, like help the filmmaker to get their film out there and get promotion. It didn't feel as rooted in community as I would have liked to have seen. And
I feel like Maria took the words out of my mouth, honestly. I concur with her statements pretty par on. I feel like that is what attributed to me grading this with a medium score, is the community aspect of it, of the application lacks creativity. So I would have liked to have seen how she could have pulled community into this application a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other panelist commentary? Can y'all, what's the name of the film itself again?
I think the film of its cycles is the name of the film, I believe.
Thank you. Just curious. Any other?
It doesn't make that super, I don't know if it says that explicitly, but that was what I believed from the application.
Got it. Okay, any other commentary before we move on to our next application? So be it.
Okay, next up for review is MD Studio. Maria is the primary and Jess is the secondary.
Okay, so this one, MD Studio, it comes from a Austin-based African-American and Indigenous creator, and he wants to create a mini, I don't know if people, sorry, there's like loud noises outside. Okay, to create a mini magazine that features artists. And then with having some events that go alongside that, including a final sort of art exhibit that is tied to these the mini magazine series. I thought that the leader for the project showed through their history that they had been deeply involved in their community locally through various forms, not just through art, but just in different varieties of community building, and with a mission to serve the African-American community explicitly laid out in the application. I think the mini-series will involve artists, and with the idea that people from the community would be sort of nominating or giving recommendations of artists that they would like to see in there, sort of bringing that community voice from the beginning. So it's not a single curatorial voice, but rather community-based, to kind of lift up those who may not have as much promotion within the community, uplifting unconventional and unorthodox local artists, I think was also said in the application. I liked that it had the magazine that would be more lasting and serve as a promotional tool for the artists, but also the convening with the events tied to the magazines. So I think I scored it fairly high.
I enjoyed the summary of this application and the overall mission. I think for me, I would have preferred to have seen more representation of cultural leadership besides one sole owner, a collaborative effort, or at least a couple of other people on board for this event would have been favorable. I also would have liked to have seen more community relationships with community leaders. I think it would be a good opportunity to engage not only city, but nonprofits in the community that are in line with the goals of this opportunity. And then I appreciated the consideration for accessibility. And those are all the notes I have. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to share their comments, notes, perspectives on this application? Okay, we'll move on.
All right, next is Primal Wound LLC. Jess is the primary and Suli is the secondary. Let me reset the timer. And Jess, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. The project name is Why Am I Like This? Adoption and the Search for Self. It is a feature documentary, and this application is seeking funding to essentially start production and filming of this. The narrative is that there is an alternate narrative to adoption, and that the narrative of adoption is that it is a happy ending. And so this film follows families and the challenges that they have with adoption and the narrative of adoption. I felt that this was a very important narrative to be represented, one that isn't discussed very often at all. So definitely a perspective that needs to be displayed. I also appreciated that the person behind this is a non-binary person of color with disability. I think that I would have preferred to have seen more community relationships within this application. But overall, I really would like to see this perspective have a spotlight and have support. I think it's important to understand that systems that in the recent past served us may no longer serve us, and it seems like a very meaningful production. Thank you.
I agree with you, Jess, that this is a really important story narrative that needs to be highlighted. My comments are this film is giving a voice to a group of BIPOC people that struggle from the complexities of transracial adoption and challenges society's perpetuation of a white savior complex through adoption. Again, social work, if I could just go back and go into that a little bit, we go into the kind of history of what adoption is the systems displacing communities of color and then taking their children and trying to raise them right. We think about the histories of Native communities that their children were taken away so that their cultures and their histories could be erased through this adoption. And more now in social work in general, we're having conversations about the responsibilities that parents have to take when they're adopting transracially and transculturally, and how to make sure that the child is still connected to their culture and to their community, and what that means for them, what they have to kind of learn and take on, and how to make sure that they do that. So I agree that this is a conversation that needs to be had, and that this film is kind of opening the door for that within the Austin community. I appreciated that the film itself is profiling 3 diverse Austin adoptees. and highlighting their story. So I think that tie it to community in that way. I also appreciate that they're gonna go to local adoption agencies within Austin to get a firsthand account of what the adoption landscape looks like there. So I think that's a good way of interacting with the Austin community in this film and connecting in that way. And I appreciate it as well that they're gonna have it looks like they're gonna have local screenings with the adoption community and talkbacks, and the film will employ exclusively local crew with a focus on creating opportunities for BIPOC and LGBTQ plus filmmakers. So I think they're being really intentional, not only about the story that they're saying, but how they're going to say it and who's going to be part of creating the end result. So I scored this very high, I will say.
Thank you, Suli. I really appreciate that feedback. Yeah, a very important topic, and showing a lot of care, and maybe even a network, or at least the creating relationships within the audience that at least would apply to locally. The primary audience, I guess, being people that have the lived experience. Yeah, any other commentary, perspective? Okay. We
All
shall.
right. On to the next. Terrence Gloss is next. Laarni, you are the primary, and Zuli is the secondary. Laarni, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
So this project is called Mr. Jerry. It's a film about Mr. Jerry's Claus in a nursing care facility during the COVID lockdown. And the film was made by Karen Claus, his daughter. So the goal is for Mr. Jerry, by telling her dad's COVID story, that it will shine a light on the embedded and systemic issues that impacted so many seniors and healthcare workers during the pandemic, and that has just to be resolved. So for her background, she's worked with a lot of films that focuses on activism. In terms of intersectionality, she mentions that she chooses to work with folks that she has the ability to work with a dynamic of people, a diverse group of people. And so since she worked also with, that her work is funded by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, it allowed her to be in collaboration with Deaf and Hard of Hearing. So some of her films have highlighting the stories of hard of hearing and deaf communities. There was a mention of the screening that will be centered on the community work, and mention of caregivers and elder care. I'm still trying to, it's not clear to me what the story is centered toward her father, or Mr. Claus. The mention of the caregivers being Afro-Caribbean felt like an after mention for me. And then it later on showed up in terms of, okay, when I have enough budget, then I'll bring in the rest of the folks. So I had a hard time reading through and finding the connections to where it aligns with the grant. I do want her film to be highlighted, because we need to. This is some of the stories that we need to start really unpacking, because there's a need for this as well. In alignment with the grant, I looked in all the corners and all the stories of everything, just to make sure that I'm not missing anything. And there is commitment to consciously make the effort, it says that to identify talent that they want to work with, but there's also a mention of, I hope to work with an assistant editor who is Asian American woman if I get the funding, or when schedules align. So there's an intention, and we know with intention the action needs to also match that. So I was looking for that, and when they spoke of cultural awareness, I was trying to figure out which cultural they meant, and also with diversity, like there's different meanings that we hold, and is it the culture in nursing homes? I have some experience and familiarity with nursing homes because I'm still in a community of a lot of nurses and immigrant nurses as well. And so there's familiarity with what goes on there. And I was asking the whole, application, if the culture means to bring out what's going on in the nursing homes, or the issues, or the stories of what she mentioned, which is the Afro-Caribbean immigrants, which we know we have a lot of in terms of supporting the medical staff here in the US. That's another story there for like Filipinos. Anyway, so yeah, the relationships that she's had, she's well supported by her community in the Austin film, in the industry, and the projects that she's had in the past really aligns with what she said, what the applicant said about being gravitating towards projects that have a service component. So there's a lot of compassion in their work. I have some stuff. BIPOC is spelled in a way, and not even for me, I was not familiar with the whole BIPOC until much later. So I don't expect others to spell it. But because of the mention of working with Black, Indigenous people of color, there's just something that I noticed. So yeah, there's a lot of advocacy in her work, in the history of her work, and this the grant is for Mr. Jerry. Blessings to Mr. Jerry. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Lauren. So just I have I know, again, social work, I have knowledge of like the issues with elder care in general and the lack of support. And I also I'm the youngest of 8, so my parents are quite up there in age. And I've seen them have to have, at least my father, having elder care and having support at home. So that's my kind of background and familiarity with the subject. So that spoke to me personally, like the story of Mr. Jerry's care. And I'm with you, Lauren, that there's a history of advocacy for sure. And but let me just say my comments. I said, while this film highlights issues of inequity in elder care, the mission isn't rooted in the folks that are in immediate risk of cultural erasure. And I said, while there is mention of the caregivers of Afro-Caribbean descent, they are not centered, and the lack of detail about them is indicative of how systemic racism shows up unconsciously. Equity is a consideration in a passive way for me in the proposal. And like you said, Larnie, intention is great, but we need to be action-based. So I agree with that. And I said, as the applicant said, this is a very niche film that centers her father. The marginalized folks are in the story because they're his caregivers. And this story is told through the lens of those receiving care. So again, if it's going to bring up the stories of those Afro-Caribbean descendant caregivers, and it's through the story of the person that is getting the care, then it's kind of perpetuating some dynamics that historically we've seen over and over again, and we can still continue to see. So that's where I think that some work needs to be done on how, at least the film does need to be done, because that's important, but maybe it's not the best fit for the grant, um, the mission of the grant.
Two minutes left. Is any other further feedback? Oh, yes, please. No, you first.
Oh, I just wanted to agree with Zuli and what Larnie was saying as well, that it just was not focused, and it was definitely kind of felt like tokenism to just bring in those voices at kind of as an afterthought, and that there wasn't a clear plan for engaging them, and also that again, the film itself sounds very interesting, and like the story of him, very interesting, but just outside of the purpose of the grant. And also that I think on the budget that the administrative fees were very high, and there was also you couldn't tell where they would get that funding besides this award. So I felt like there wasn't even within the budget a guarantee that the film would be made with the funding as well.
Thank you. I'll just say, I think sometimes in the applications, you could give the benefit of the doubt that you're supposed, especially for film, you're supposed to compress your pitch a lot, right? However, if you're going to reference a certain community, hopefully it's reflected in, your programming, the sort of, ripple effects of your work, whether it be film or anything else. So I appreciate y'all's insight. Yeah.
Okay. Next application up for review is Amy Bench. Cindy is the primary and Maria is the secondary. Cindy, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Yeah, so this film, or this applicant, their name is Amy Bench, and they're also wanting this proposal to fund a couple projects or activities, one of them being a documentary over a topic that we were just discussing, over incarcerated individuals who have the additional identity of being deaf. And the other project is, I believe, an animated film that discusses the story of a refugee. But I would say that the proposal primarily focused on the former. Again, it being a documentary over a father, daughter, and how they've been able to discuss things through that film because of the intergenerational trauma they weren't able to do without the film. And so the name of the film is actually mentioned with the previous application, but this is the director. The name of the film is Breaking Silence. And although I think that this project has a clear vision of how they want it to raise awareness at a almost like systemic level, because they want to host screenings, and those screenings will involve and include community organizations not only focused on incarcerated folks or helping bring justice to incarcerated folks, but also deaf communities. So that aspect of it is very clear, that they want community input throughout. However, it's hard for me to not mention how there's a lack of a racial equity component here, or even just an acknowledgement of how huge statistically a lot of incarcerated individuals are Black and brown. And so I feel like the proposal, even though it seems dear to them, there's not that acknowledgement of that. And so it's hard for me to give this proposal a very high score because of that. Along with the other project that focuses on refugees, it seems to be a single focus documentary, and because not that much time is spent on describing that project, I'm not sure whether if it's almost like an afterthought or it's something that, because it doesn't seem from the proposal that they're a lead on it. It seems like the story is already there and they just need to film it. It seems like it's very much going to be led by the individual who experienced that. I did appreciate they address how they will have specialized accommodations with audio descriptions, captioning, and I did learn something from the proposal, the difference between closed captioning and open captioning. They will also have ASL interpreters, and they will have speakers provide visual descriptions. So I think that there's more than just one focus on accessibility there. In terms of language, I do understand how they consider, and they brought in the fact that a lot of people in the deaf community consider ASL to be a totally different language from spoken English. But again, because a lot of individuals who are incarcerated are Black and brown or of other nationalities, I am wondering if there's an opportunity there to provide other language interpreters or even Mexican sign language, or if it's for their refugee film, will they provide an interpreter or a translator for that? So I think that there is space for growth, and I think that specifically, I wonder if there will be future projects that address those things that I've mentioned. But overall, I do think that the story does need to be told over how deaf people who are incarcerated don't receive the resources that they need.
I also found the application lacking in showing sort of, well, first off, the artist did not have really an explicit mission to serve either key constituency, though this project does. So I think they had a very varied kind of background of the films that they were making. I feel like the people who were in the film were involved early on with their voices, but that I don't feel like showing a close to completed film and then getting feedback on it is really involving voices from early on. So I think that to me was kind of just not quite enough. I was glad that they were going to have some partnerships with organizations that are serving these communities to get that perspective from them. And also on the accommodations, I did note that while they had all these accommodations for the Breaking Silence screening, they had no accommodations provided for the screening of the animated film for the refugee, which obviously those populations who are attending that screening may also require an accommodation of an ASL interpreter or other ones. It felt that felt like an oversight to me. And I think, yeah, just overall, this was sort of a lower score for me because it didn't really feel like it was buy-in for these communities, either of the key constituencies, even though there was the focus on deaf individuals with the film.
Okay, is any other commentary on this application? All right.
Okay. We we are at our next break, the last break of the day. When we come back, we'll have 8 final applications to take a look at. So we will see you all back here at 3:03 math. Is that right? Because 2:48. Yeah, 3:03.
See lots of hand gesticulation.
I
I'm not
don't
sure
know
what's
what's
going
up.
on.
There's the man of the hour. Okay, welcome back. This is the last set of applications for individual creative business panel 2, day 2. Up next is Griot Media. Larnie is the primary and Cindy is the secondary. So Larnie, let me make sure I have my timer ready. All right, I'm good to go. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Okay. This proposal is from Griot Media. Is it Griot or Griot Media? I'm known as Griot Media. It's called
Rio.
19th Fest.
Rio.
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 Yeah. Rio Media. The project is called 19th Fest. So the 19th Fest is an annual Juneteenth festival aimed at primarily improving health outcomes in the African American community. It leverages success of food and music festivals to attract diverse audience and increase awareness about African American health professionals and resources. It also includes family-friendly fitness games, healthy cooking demos, and healthy food vendors. So the mission is to improve public health by bringing in people in the community grounds so that they can access African American healthcare providers and also access to better or different options of food making, of creating food and wellness. The key constituents they have is African American men, women, and children in Austin, and they also touch on the surrounding cities around Austin and Dallas, Texas, and Houston. It's their history here is to increase awareness about the professionals, and there's been a lot of focus on making sure that people who serve you are culturally mindful and they understand your story and your history as well. So for Griot, the leadership with Griot Media, they have collaborated with different organizations, a lot of organizations here in Austin, and it's mostly about bringing people together. I've come to know the applicant through the Urban Music Fest and Austin Jazz Fest. So there's always this display of the arts and health and wellness and food. I believe this one was named it had a different name a few years ago, and after the pandemic they're bringing it back. So the whole list of activities is like what I mentioned earlier, bringing in health practitioners to make sure that people know that they are here, they're approachable, and they know where they are, and for nutritionists, and then having activities for kids and families, and bringing in local musicians with the highlight of local musicians to headline. I score them fairly high because of the need for programming like this. I believe that one of the things you can really highlight health is by connecting it to the other joys of life. It's hard to bring to introduce a different kind of wellness journey or wellness health in terms of cooking demos when culturally we are used to what we eat. I know that there's something that we do in our communities as well. For them to create something that brings folks together in terms of wellness and music, that's really, I feel that it has more reach. You know, I feel like it just has more reach. It just calls you in, and it's not just like a direct, it is a direct way, an indirect way of taking care of your community, and because it all intersects with one another. So that's why I love this project. Thank you.
For me, I also saw the value that this activity would bring to the Austin community, particularly the African American Black community, through African American foods, and how they also want to provide during the festival other physical wellness activities, with hired professionals that are practitioners of wellness overall, because as they note in the proposal, it's not something that is, it's not a resource that is financially or socially accessible to a lot of people, because the healthcare community, a lot of overall, there's a lacking of deep cultural understanding, and that is something that they want to address through this 19th Fest. Although I see that the proposal does want to address a severe gap in access, I was a bit hesitant on how they want this grant to, what they want it to pay for more specifically. They mentioned how they want to pay for a national act, a national musical performance act, because they believe it will increase attendance to the festival. And I'm just wondering if that just brings more questions to mind for me, because they mentioned in other parts of the proposal that they will hire local artists. And I'm just wondering, have those artists already been, are they doing it pro bono, or will they be paid by other grants or other financial sources? Because the direction or the connection between using this fund that's meant to address racial equity and it going to a national act is, it's a little hard for me to grasp. Besides that, I do think that this proposal has a lot of value, because having those accesses to health and wellness is very important.
Okay, is there any other commentary on these two candidates or applicants? Once, twice. All right.
Okay, up next will be Black Film Geniuses. Jess is the primary and Maria will be secondary. I am all set, Jess, so whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Sorry, guys, my cat's in a bit of pain, so he might be meowing. I just gave him medicine, so it might just take a second for him to calm down a little bit. He's an old man. He's just like 18 years old, so it's just a cat thing. Apologies. The project name for this is, oh, sorry, kitty. Color Noir. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna mute for a second.
We can't hear him.
Okay.
We can't hear him. Yeah.
We can't hear him.
Going into the other room, so sorry about that.
Yeah,
Color
no.
Noir Black Film Geniuses Feature Anthology 1. There are 2 themes to this. It's theme 1, there are Black people in the future, and theme 2, we will not be erased, erasure. My notes here, I put that Black Film Geniuses Feature Anthology 1 will be made up of 7 different short, mostly character-driven films ranging from a compilation of different looks, styles, and genres. From dark comedy to Afrofuturistic, fantasy, romantic, whimsical, contemporary style, and various others. For this application, I noted that it has been in development since June of 2020 and has had various delays, including the pandemic initially and the writer's strike most recently, but their goal is to produce in the next 18 months. I would have liked to have seen, well, I feel like there's representation of leadership here, but I would have liked to have seen more female leadership, considering that that's what this film is about. I think overall, I really liked the potential and the narrative, but I would have preferred to have more detail across the board, specifically the budget. I know that they mentioned they want to use the Austin Film Society Creative Careers Program to resource talent, but there's no mention or detail of how they are compensated. And so I would have preferred a little bit of a lot more detail actually on this this application. And so for me, it scored medium because I do really want to see representation of female voices, particularly in filmmaking. And the struggle and narratives that they have need to be spotlighted. And so I know that this does a great job of that, but I guess details and how that comes to fruition, especially with the significant delays that are displayed in the narrative. That's for me. Thanks.
So yeah, I think for me, I felt maybe we could have had more information about the individual filmmakers, because my take on it was kind of 7 different films that each were directed by a woman, a Black woman filmmaker. So I sort of assumed them as being in leadership roles within their respective films, but there was not a lot of information maybe on that in the application. They don't have very many like accessibility adaptations. I do think it's an interesting project, and honestly, for me, keeping pretty close to the rubric, being pretty tied to those sort of specifications of points, it did score fairly high. As I was reviewing it again for today, I did kind of realize that they're looking for the funding is to create a proof of concept film that they would then send to filmmakers, then to eventually get funding to make a film. And now that I've dived into that, I am curious about, honestly, eligibility as far as producing something that tourists and people can actually participate in or attend, that is open to the public within the grant time period, which there's not a way within how the rubric is laid out to reflect that really opinion or score within the score, other than like in the budget maybe. I think it seems like a great project. It seems like it won't happen for several years, which is a concern, I guess, for me.
So I'll jump in here to sort of talk about that concern. So the city is aware that film projects often are multi-year projects and are often done in stages over long periods of time, depending on when funding is available and if it's not, and so on and so forth. So if this application scores high enough to receive funds, as long as whatever project they complete within the contract period is something that the public can access, whether that's like a work in progress screening or a proof of concept film project that is screened, or is some sort of public event is made available, that would be a eligible activity. And it would be possible for them to, and any applicant, to come back and apply again for a continuation of a project, especially if it's a multi-year project.
In that case, I guess I would have liked to see details of how the proof of concept film would be screened for the public or accessible to the public, because it only details that it would be given to film studios to try to solicit investors. But I don't think that will, I mean, I think generally, because the concept of this, the ultimate project concept, is really, I think, is in line with the Elevate grant, and I think it will still score fairly well on my end.
Sorry, were you the second reviewer? Pardon. Okay. Yeah, those, I just want to say really quickly, that's really good insight that when we have to sort of take a perspective on projects that, you know, can take years to develop, but that in that period of waiting or developing, thank you, that there is that community benefit, you know, within the time that they're going to use public funds, right? So I just appreciate that extra perspective. Yeah, I guess we can carry on. Is there any additional input on this particular applicant? I do want to say one thing real quick before we move on, is that I think it's just, I want to just continue to bring us back to, you know, the rubric as well. You know, I think there's a lot of, when people don't tell us something, it can put us in a speculative place and in speculation about the curation and intent. You know, so I think I just want to bring it back, always bring it back to the rubric and the impact of the grant. It is hard though when people don't give us a lot of detail. There's some guesswork involved, but just want to continue it to bring that to the forefront of our minds here. Okay, let's carry on.
All right, next application up for review is Cold Town. Larnie is the primary and Maria is the secondary. Larnie, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
So this is from Cold Town. They have two projects lined up. One is the 15th annual Austin Sketch Fest. It says it brings hundreds of diverse socially aware artists from all over together with paid local community-based artists to learn and publicly perform. And the other one is their original review, Everything You Wanted to Know About White Supremacy But Were Too Afraid to Ask. So it was written by Ryan Devon. So their vision is to eliminate barriers that have historically hindered equitable creative expression and to inspire and nurture more diverse, inclusive community world starting here in Austin. There's been a change in leadership in their history in the last 2 years. And it started showing up where the DEI trainings, they make sure that everyone has access to that. They also promote that in terms of bringing that to other organizations or learning from them. And they mentioned that their key constituents are their students, teachers, audience members, performers. So within the community, and also within the community of Austin. They make their programs accessible by offering class scholarships and reaching out to local neighborhood with free and discounted shows. Then they have this program called Excused Absence Comedy, which they encourage young performers. So it's for it's like a camp for youth. What they bring about with the grant is for this for the sketch fest is that it'll provide travel and workshop scholarships for the performers. So they're really trying to lessen the financial burden on folks in terms of getting paid or getting in. And there's a lot of mention of making things more equitable. Their collaboration, they have some collaboration project with groups that they have core programming. So Angola Prison Reform, Latinx, All Latinx Cast, and My Own Worst Enemy, which is mental health issues. Then they promote and support programs brought by Yalwi Asian, Damgina, Martini Ranch, and Sugar Water Purple. I didn't go into the extent of looking at their calendar as a whole, because a lot of the times there's a mention of this is what I'm working with, who I'm working with in terms of community. But I also want to see, how extensive is the community, or are these the only ones that they focus on in terms of serving or promoting? So most of the grant shows is the support for the Sketch Fest, and just making sure that the program continues. Trying to see where else. Part of the budget is an ask for purchasing equipment for live subtitling through, like it's the monitors, it's all the equipment that's needed. So they want to make sure that they have that, and they're going to the funding will help that. And they are also hoping to hire past collaborators with Latino Comedy Project, so that their program is more bilingual. And again, part of the budget is to have travel stipends for underrepresented artists of Black, Indigenous, people of color, and LGBTQ. What I'm asking for is, these are folks that they're bringing in so that they can pay them more. And they mentioned like a percentage of 40% of the budget going towards that. And we're looking for how they create more opportunities for their local constituents, who are like the people that they serve. So those are my insights. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought there were a lot of I thought there were a lot of good points to this proposal. I liked that they have those different improv troupes that are sort of centering different voices, and that there were a number of those groups, so it wasn't just one, and that I think that shows like an investment in that, and that they do a lot of mentorship and bring people in for education and improv, and that they've done a lot of work to try to make themselves have a inclusive and welcoming space, so that if somebody does come for that they feel comfortable in the space, that they have the DEI training for staff and students. I think sometimes the accessibility is by request, but I think it goes beyond ADA if people request it, which I think that effort is good. I think the application struggles a little with just like that this is really a group that seeks to serve widely. They seek to serve all constituencies. They're not really grounded in a single marginalized, not even a single, like in a marginalized group, and having that as a major part of their mission. So I think I ended up scoring it sort of medium because of that. There were certain points where they're making really, I think, strong efforts to be inclusive, and they do have some leadership that comes from historically marginalized communities, but that is just not, the project seeks to broadly serve all communities. And to Larnie's point, that I feel the scholarships for people to come in from outside of Austin, I would rather see that applied to people who are from the kind of greater Austin MSA, so that we're kind of serving our own communities. That's all for me, if other people want to have time.
Any other input on this application? All right, we'll continue. Thank you.
Okay, next application up for review is Strange Wisdom and Entertainment LLC. Maria is the primary and Justice the secondary. Maria, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
So Strange Wisdom, and the applicant is Tyra Clark. They've made kind of have a history of sort of film-based projects. The proposal is for 3 signature kind of mini projects that are film-based, including a pilot that is based, my handwriting is just so bad, everybody. Sorry. And because this was 3 separate things, it was a little bit tough for me. So the Change Grief pilot docu-narrative series, development funds for that, to sort of make some things that focus on community members' experiences with grief, a 60-minute talk show called the 512 Breakdown, and then an annual event that would kind of be supportive for marginalized, aspiring, and emerging independent film producers. I think this project is Black owned and Black led, that they are kind of centered in the community. A lot of the proposal talks about how they would gather community input and sort of do like almost a needs assessment, and also not just a needs assessment, but also like a skills, like what resources are there already in the community that can be brought in to serve these projects. And so I do think it really centers the community voice. There's sort of these ideas, and all of 3 of these are in development sort of, so they have a lot of activities that are centered on just how these will be built, and gathering the voice to that. I think they have a really strong consideration of barriers in general, even like thinking about childcare and times of day for these kind of events, things like that, that are not always fully thought about, so that to encourage and allow for participation from people in the community. I think there was not because these projects all seem to be in development, and this would sort of be kind of seed funding for them, and they want to get that community voice. I don't think there was as much detail about kind of what each one totally would bring and what the structure would even be. To me, they all felt like they were film-based, but I don't know like if the 60-minute talk show is people are coming to watch it in person, and then it's also broadcast through like a YouTube or online, or if it's on television. I wasn't sure about maybe the distribution model for some of these things. Tyra, who did the application, and her collaborators felt like they had a really strong history though of work that made me sort of it just made me trust them in this process, that it felt like it wasn't fully formed to me entirely, but that it felt like they kind of, I trusted that they would be able to form the project and get it done, and that it would be successful. So I scored this fairly high. That's the end of my comments.
I mainly agree with Maria. I don't think I have anything that is actually an opposing view. I think my notes are pretty on par as well. let me just make sure here. Yeah, I just really liked that there was more than one cultural leader present. In fact, there are several. They have history within the community. They're using just a well-rounded group of community relationships. And I feel like that just was the application in general, which gave me confidence that any details like venue for these 3 events would be taken care of pretty swiftly. I like that this application seems really competent in being able to deliver not just 1 event, but 3 events. And I definitely felt that this narrative needed to be spotlighted, all 3 of the events and the overarching theme for Strange Wisdom. But yeah, overall, this scored relatively high for me. The only piece of feedback is it's clear that other languages were not considered in any capacity. Thanks.
Is there any other commentary on these applications? Sorry. I want to shout out something that may have nothing to the application, but I saw on their website that they have a bartering option for collaborators. I was like, that's cool. It's like, no, you know, knowing who you serve. It's like, I think it says something here like, don't have 2 pennies to rub together. I'm like let's borrow. I'm like, wow, that's novel. So just wanted to shout out that approach, if anything. Any other further commentary on this application? All right, let's carry on then.
Okay, next is Brown Boy Productions. Cindy is primary and Arnie is secondary. Cindy, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Yes, so the applicant is Jeremy Brown, and he's the head of Brown Boy Productions, excuse me. And his mission is to serve Black and Brown youth and the community at large, including parents and other folks in the community, through an awareness of hair care and also self-care in general. And he wants to do, or they want to do this through a multimedia art installation, or artistic installation that centers the story of from my understanding, a fictional Black boy, but he wants to use, or they want to use this story of a young Black boy to talk about several different topics, including just feeling represented in general, but also wants to talk in this. So actually, let me backtrack a little bit. The history of this installation comes from a play that they wrote. And again, the focus of the play is over this young Black student who experiences a lot of different things, and he acts as a conduit to address folks with disabilities, and how there's a lot of different things that one individual can witness or experience in the Black community. And this play started off as something in Austin, and then it has been invited to other spaces, including New Orleans. And given the support that he received from his community, there is a want or desire to have this become bigger, with an inclusion of music specifically, more specifically beat.
I think she froze.
Okay, I'm gonna pause the time.
Boxing in
Oh.
terms of accessibility.
Hey, Cindy, if you
cons-
could run it back about 10 seconds. I think you were paused for about 10 seconds there. So
Okay.
just FYI.
Yeah, so he covers, or the applicant wants to cover other aspects of making the play bigger, just beyond a performance. So with this multidisciplinary art installation, they want to include a sound recording booth so that young children, youth can interact with making music and tell their own individual stories, which I think is great, giving young children from the start a voice. And he considers the accessibility issue that some children may have, like wheelchair accessibility. And that is something that I think he also mentions as being part of the performance, where there is a character with a disability and is also, I think, queer, and that character is represented by a non-binary actor. So there's a lot of aspects there of him considering race, but also race in terms of the reach that he wants to have for his community, but also the artists that are performing. So there's Black artists, Black artists who identify as queer or non-binary, who have disabilities. And just in general too, I think that the proposal did a great job of targeting the Black community, but also expanding it to a general audience. And that general audience includes not just Austin, but tourists as well. And it seems like they have a partnership with Afrotech 2023. And as far as I can tell from looking at that website, it seems to be an annual event that tours the nation. And this year it's in Austin. And so they see the possibility of reaching Black individuals across the country. Yeah, and I think my own concern was, there was some bits about the budget history that weren't clear to me, including how much of that how much of the funding will be used to pay artists. I think I still had a question about that. But other than that, I think it seems like a really big project. So I think just generally a suggestion would be building that out.
I'm just going to echo everything Cindy said, and I'm going to add about, I feel bad about missing out in 2019 when they had that, when it was showing early that year, and I found out much later on. And coming from a personal perspective, I would really love for this project to start now, to be alive now. I can see the continuation of it, and also just its purpose. It serves a really deep, purpose, and not just for the communities that it served, but for everybody, just for everybody. So that's all I have to say. I scored it fairly high. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to say the same thing. I'm not a primary or secondary on this one, but this one really excited me in a lot of ways. And like you said, Arnie, it's so deep, the intentionality, the roots of it, and while it's serving its community. Some of those themes are so universal that we could all connect to. And yeah, I want to go to Austin for this.
Is there any more? Oh, please.
I'm just gonna comment that I liked the song that was in the attachment quite a bit, and that really lended a great extra detail to the application that made me see how immediately somebody could connect with this project, and that what they were doing artistically, like what they were saying, I felt like it came across in the song, and so I liked it.
Anne-Marie, this is any other input? I'm going to try to squeeze in a question to Anne-Marie before the next one. So we're doing a lot of talking and analysis of the budget, and I'm curious, Anne-Marie, in short, can you talk about what the scope of the budget is as it's requested in these applications? Because if we look at the guidelines, it says, tell us about your sort of organizational history. What programmatic events, plural, do you do? So there's moments where I'm wondering if we're talking like if the budget is specific project versus under supporting sort of more general work in a certain theme or area.
That's a great question. It sort of depends on the application, really. I mean, overall, the Elevate grant is project based, but an applicant could include multiple projects within it. So that budget should be reflective of all the projects that are listed within the body of an application. It could also be an entire annual budget. So if an applicant is including their entire season of activities, it could be an annual budget that they put in there. I would just say that the key is that there's strong explanation, because the budget form itself is very summary, summary focused. And so there is a budget narrative question where most of that information, particularly about how they're going to spend the request amount from the city on the projects that they're including, that they're proposing in their application.
Understood. I think as we've been parsing it, I just wanted to have something maybe on record, especially if people are watching and wondering how people are thinking. It sounds like it's the artist kind of self-determining, and then the panelists here are interpreting what the art that lines up what the artists are saying in terms of the scope of their project to the scope of the budget request.
I think that's accurate. And I will say that a lot of these applicants are new to applying for funding, and this may be the very first time they've ever put together a budget, at least in this form. So those are just some other things for consideration.
Cool. Thank you, everybody, for letting me go there for a second.
If there aren't any more comments about that last one, we'll move on. Next is the Love of China School of Chinese Dance. Cindy is the primary and Zuli is the secondary. Cindy, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Yes. So the company name is the Love of China School of Chinese Dance, and this was submitted by the director of the school, Emily Dediar. My apologies for not being able to pronounce it, your last name. But the proposal is very clearly, from beginning to end, is wanting to focus on preventing the cultural erasure of traditional Chinese dance. And they do this currently by already providing classes to Chinese American children along with Chinese adoptees, and they mention also including or having students of mixed race. But in the long run, with the proposal, they want to have more public dance performances and interactive shows at school that will predominantly have Chinese American students in attendance. With the work sample that they provided, you can see Chinese American or Chinese students from children to youth to young adults as well. So I think that that was very clearly indicated that that they have a history of serving their target community. They talk, I like that in their history of service, they described how they got to where they are. So they were a teacher at a school, and based on the feedback that they were receiving from parents and children, they realized that there was a gap there of students interested in engaging in Chinese dance, not only in school but outside of school. So they started offering after school programs and also summer school classes as well. And outside of that, they also mentioned how their shows are available to people in hospice care, and so it's not just performances available to other students. It's something that they provide to the Austin community in general. One of the things that I am curious to learn more about is their relationship to the community beyond children and their parents. And what I specifically mean by this is they mentioned how they have hired local choreographers and dance teachers, but I wonder what their voice is during this program. Do they get to define their classes? I'm not really familiar with this program, so I'm just wondering about that. And also, are these teachers, choreographers also representative of their community? I personally don't always assume that just because a program wants to target a specific community, I don't assume that the teachers or the admin team is part of that community. That's just from personal and experience here in Austin. So I would like to see an explicit naming of that. But actually, and so I do want to expand on that. In terms of community support, it does seem like they have a lot of volunteers for their programs, including adult volunteers who then, going into the opportunity creation, they learn new skills on how to manage an event, and other volunteers. They also provide free or low cost spaces to other organizations in Austin for their own performances. And then in terms of language accessibility, they talk about how the students learn from both English speaking students and Mandarin speaking students learn from those classes because they're bilingual. And overall, I think that the organization clearly just wants to encourage a space for students who don't want to lose touch of their heritage and being in Austin or being in America in general. So I think that the value that this organization brings is strong, and it's important overall.
I think my comments were around that last point you made, Cindy, that especially considering some of the, am I allowed to reference something we talked about before in another proposal or no? In
If you can
like a
do it
general theme.
generally.
Okay. So we're talking about general themes of in this country where we have countries of origin, right? And we want to maintain our cultures, especially when we talk about things of that nature. Programs like these that allow for folks that might not have as much access to their culture at home or within their community is like really important, affirming for them. And I think that's what they're trying to create in that space, especially like with the language exchange, this kind of component that people can practice Mandarin because all classes are Mandarin and English and things like that. What I actually wrote as my comment was highlighting Chinese American heritage through dance is accessible and attractive also to new audiences in the community, right? I mean, who doesn't like to move, right? So I really appreciated the care in that for their own community and affirming people's culture and identity. So.
Is there any other comments on this application? I think just really quickly, just experience with sort of these kind of organizations that have a, just maybe a traditional cultural sort of, repertoire. They play a critical role, I think, and sometimes the acculturation of people to Austin. They intersect often with a lot of social services, so it's great. I'm glad to see this applicant, and yeah, I know that these types of arts enterprises or nonprofits are really critical to our city in the cultural sense, in the bigger picture as well. Yeah. All right. Let's roll on.
Okay, next application up for review is Almost Real Things. Let me reset my timer here. Jess is the primary and Zuli is the secondary. Jess, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you, Henry. The project name here is Almost Real Things. However, I believe it is also Touch of Art. So Touch of Art is an interactive group exhibit with a gallery show, activities, and installations. 20 artists collaborate with 20 visually impaired artist students to create work together. And then artists or audiences are encouraged to touch all of the art. Notes here so that they wanted funding for 2 events. One was where's that? Touch of Art, I guess, at their headquarters, and then Big Splash, a festival. And they were going to be offering a tiered ticket model starting at $10. They also will be giving the artists involved the opportunity to make additional money, 60% of commission on original art sold, 75% of commission on merch sold through the gallery. And then for Big Splash, participating organizations and artist vendors will keep 100% of their sold art merch products. And then musicians will have the opportunity to sell merch as well. I thoroughly liked the idea of this application because it encompasses a lot of different elements that the grant looks to fund. And to me, it delivered a well-rounded application. I could envision what they were putting together, and I could envision how that would be beneficial to the community in a number of different ways. I went to their website to kind of assess there, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention that one of their mosaics is of Anna Cisnet, who is one of the founders of Austin Freenet. She has since passed, so to know that they are that deep within Austin history was very satisfying for me. I don't know if I said this already, but I did score this application very high. And yeah, that's all I have.
I'll say that I also scored this application very high because just exactly what you mentioned, it's ticking a lot of the boxes in a very in a very innovative way. Like when we think about gallery culture, museum culture, we can't touch anything that's pristine, right? So the fact that it's encouraging you to interact with the art that's creating makes it accessible even like socially, right? That's like, it's like levels and levels of accessibility within this proposal but it's not forced, it's intentional. And I was really impressed by that. I also want to give them some feedback on the actual proposal. How they wrote it was so clear, providing examples. It created a beautiful narrative that I could follow. So I want to give them their flowers there. At least for me, that's how I felt. I also want to highlight that for example, when they talked about selecting the artists that are going to be featured and that are going to participate in events, they prioritized minoritized and marginalized people, but from like the spectrum of marginalization. And that to me is considering that that's just intersectionality at work. And so it was just really great to see that, and I would go. So yeah.
All right, is any other additional perspective or comments on this application? Okay, let's roll on.
Okay, we're at our last application for the day.
Wow, that happened. Okay.
We're here. Okay, up next is Colectivo In Situ. Maria is the primary and Arnie is the secondary. Maria, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Okay. Colectivo In Situ is kind of an organization that provides a platform that elevates BIPOC and LGBTQIA plus communities, and with kind of a particular focus on Indigenous communities, and cultural, I don't know again, their personal creative, so kind of creative artisan makers, and also holding kind of collaborative community events. They are interested in providing opportunities for members of these communities to both preserve their heritage and basically make money by selling their art. So getting it into spaces where people can purchase it and then they can make a living based on their art forms. They have had a history of holding pop-up markets in spaces in East Austin, other community events, supporting the Indigenous community. They have a process for gathering community voice for their proposal, surveys, community informed language inclusion. So language inclusion is operationalized. They're primarily serving a Spanish and English speaking community, so they have that integrated in their activities. But basically what they want, I should have led with this, but what they want to use the grant for is to rent a small space so that they can have an ongoing kind of little store, but also a community space to hold gatherings that kind of uplift these communities and allow them to come together. Their budget, and to showcase this, are artisanal work and collections, have rotating collections. So again, providing an opportunity for artists, but also a space for their community to gather that they are rooted in. And the budget, as they have a space, it's $500 a month. They can afford it with this grant, and they would be able, and that would suit their needs. And that feels like something that is important to fund. And so I graded this very highly. I would like them to have their $500 space to promote the artworks of these Indigenous communities and have a space for gathering. I think that would be super awesome. That's the end of my commentary.
I echo everything Maria said, because, gathering is medicine, right? And I looked into the past projects that she had, and that's what's the purpose, is to bring in voices from different Indigenous communities or different communities and highlight them and their stories. And so through storytelling, we get to get a glimpse of the histories. And for her to create this progression to, like, we can have this more often, and to hold the space. And we know that space here is an issue, and it takes a lot of collaboration, a lot of work, and working, just working together to make it happen. I have not been, haven't had the pleasure of being at the Napantla, the location where they've held a lot of that, the gatherings that they've had. But I score them fairly high. I understand that it's like always we're moving forward into what can be seen as a market, but the whole root of her work is Changge. Changge is a shared word in Filipino because of the whole, back in the 1500s. So Changge is like an outside market. And so to bring in people and to hold their stories, and we know what happens in the market. There's a lot of exchange. There's a lot of community. The folks watching your kids, and it still happens now in a lot of the vendor spaces that we've seen, focus on actually communities of color, because there's that understanding. So for them to have a store, it will lessen some of the burden in the setup, and also it will have a home. So I feel that that's what is they're asking for, is help us find a home for this vision. So I love it. Thank you. And I stop here.
All right, is there any other commentary on this application?
Yes, because it is the last, and not because it's the last application of the day, but I wanted to make sure that I put on record that I second, or I guess third, the comments of both the panelists before me. I felt that this application was very clear, and from my perspective, working in nonprofit in the East Side, I come across a lot of organizations, particularly with this demographic, who are asking for the same request, just space. That's all they want, is space. And I think that the application here just makes a very clear ask that I think is clearly needed. So I scored this very highly as well.
I want to fourth it.
Do the fourth thing.
I fourth. I want you to get your space.
Oh, all right. Unless there's a fifth, we can move to conclude this application, and I think our panel. So thank you all so much. I lift my hands up to you. Thank you, and well done, y'all. Thank you so much. It's hard work, and it's heart work. We don't take that for granted. The rigor you put into this, the personal time. I think our community is fortunate to have people with such consideration like yourselves, offering your time, expertise, and perspective. So thank you all.
Thank you, Alberto. I'm going to do some quick closing remarks. So what happens next for the applicants? So we will be making award announcements in early September. So keep an eye on your emails and on the Elevate website. Applicants may request their comments and scores from panelists after the awards have been announced. And now, and before I invite the facilitator, Alberto, and any of the panelists to make any closing remarks, I just want to do a quick debrief for them as well. Panelist payments will be issued before the end of September. If you could, at all possible, try to finalize your scores for your applications tonight. But you have final score updates and comments can be made as late as Tuesday evening next week on the 29th. So by end of day, please have all your scores and comments finalized by then, because Wednesday we would like to start seeing who our grantees may be. We also have had other panelists request ask if they may share the panelist training materials that we provided early on in the process, that training deck. If you have any interest, you're welcome to share it. It's on our website. Just want to make that available to you all. And then, of course, if you have any final questions or comments, feel free to share. But now I would like to thank you all so much for your time and commitment and all of the effort and blood, sweat, and tears you put into completing this panel process for us. Now is an opportunity. If you have any closing comments, you're welcome to share them. Share them. And thank you again.
Can I say something? I just want to thank the folks that turned in their proposals for sharing their stories, sharing their passions. I learned so much from you, and I just feel really grateful to be able to experience you through those 2,000 characters. And I hope that I can experience the things that you do once I visit Austin at some point. You know, I have to go now because I'm excited for all of this wonderful stuff that's going to be happening. So I just wanted to thank them.
Thank you, Suli. Is there anyone else that wants to offer any closing remarks or?
Thank you for everybody for just dedicating a bunch of hours on Saturday on a to do this because we're going to make a lot of people's dreams come true, and they're going to make other people's dreams come true, and it's just going to snowball. So I'm very grateful to be a part of this opportunity. Thank you guys for considering me, and just thank everybody for their time and for their insight. I've taken away valuable insight that I will take back to my organization from this time, and so thank you, and have a great weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Same here. I want to thank everybody, especially for in terms of Grace as being a first-time panelist. There was a lot of pausing on my end. But yeah, thank you everybody for your insights as folks who are involved in the arts professionally or more casually. And then, yeah, I just wanted to thank the businesses, individual creatives that submitted proposals, because this was a long proposal. And if it's not through this grant, then I'm hoping that a lot of you are able to find other sources, because you spent a lot of labor on this, and you should be compensated for clearly wanting funding for your organizations that in some way benefit Austin.
Mm-hmm. Right. Go for it.
Well, I want to first say the gratitude I felt for just being in this space with you all. It is my first time also, and thank you for the grace and patience and compassion. Learning the language and everything else that goes with it is very it's very fruitful. Thank you for just for sharing your insights. I learned a lot from everyone here also. Thank you for holding space, Anne-Marie, Alberto, and for our tech support folks who's keeping everything together. I have one comment that I want to ask. If it's possible, Alberto mentioned the whole idea of accessibility. Is it possible that that can be taken care of by our city of Austin instead of especially in this kind of grants, when folks are also unable to provide even water for their people? So, and again, I think that's one of the most that I've taken, because I didn't know what we have access to. And so I learned a lot just from just the expansive worth of wisdom that was here, and also the way the questions were asked. And I know it took years to get to this to this grant. And so I'm thankful you all got it through. And yeah, so thank you.
Okay. Jesus and Maria, I'll defer to you first, and then do you want me to close it out? Is that what's best here?
Yeah, you're welcome to. Yes, thank you all so much for your participation. We could not give out these grants without you. I mean, we literally couldn't. There would be no way that it would happen. So thank you all. Thank you for the applicants for submitting proposals, because again, there would be no way for us to distribute these funds without people submitting applications. So, well, thank you so much for doing that. Thank you to our tech pilots, Jesus and Maria, for helping us keep it all together and being here. All right, Alberto, take it away.
Yeah, I'll just say one more time how grateful I am for each one of you. Like, it was a lot of work probably to get this equity centered, public funding together. And then it's really important to have quality people that understand it, that can also be sort of the arbiters of these funds. I think it's also remarkable, like the experience that's here, like individual working artists in all kinds of forms, social workers / entrepreneurs / parents. Y'all are bringing a lot, I think, to this, and it shows in the way that you're caring and precise and accurate in the way you're doing this work. So yeah, I also wish abundance upon each one of you in your work, and also all the people that applied, and yeah, I think I also congratulate them and hope that they continue to apply here elsewhere and find lots of diverse ways to resource their cultural work and their magic in the world. So yeah, thank you, everybody. Peace.